And good evening, everybody, and welcome to Jeff's Election Night Live with me, your host, Jack Divers. Tonight, we're bringing you election coverage with a little bit of a twist. We're trying to make election night a little bit more exciting. So we've got a lot coming up for you. We've got our own panel, we've got special guests making cocktails, we've even got special videos. But we've got a video to explain all that for you. So here it is to tell you more.
Welcome to Vote 2021, the interactive, minute-by-minute, vote-by-vote live stream event covering every angle of the 2021 Isle of Man elections live from Loft 11 in Douglas. Brought to you by the team at Gef. Hosted by Jack Divers. With special guests, Jamie Lewis of Peggy's fame, Hafsa Hussain, businesswoman and previous MLC candidate, and Gef's very own Sam Turton, as well as our reporters on the ground and special features, including First Paulie Awards and Cook Chili with Sam, as we bring you all the spice from the 12 constituencies across the island and keep you updated as the results roll in.
So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, a jam-packed evening full of excitement and thrills, something you never thought you'd expect from an election evening. Now, I consider myself a bit of a I'm politically inept, shall we say. I'm not versed enough to tell you about our electoral candidates or anything like that, so it's important that I have a man in the know. Jeff's very own Sam Turton.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, how are we doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's a bit like the end of a long journey.
I was going to say, this has been a long couple of months for you, is it?
Yeah, I don't really know Game of Thrones much, but you know the idea that the dragons are coming? It's felt a bit like that.
So this is dragons coming for you right now, apparently.
I think so. Maybe White Walkers. It depends on what we get tonight.
I mean, that's a lovely way to think of the candidates, I guess, but everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So you've been following all the candidates. You've been Jeff's in-house journalist for all of this, so you've been to pretty much everything, I think?
Yes, I think I've been to, it could be 7, it could be 8, it could be 9, I've lost track, to be honest. Been to a lot of the hustings that have been on the past few weeks. Colleague Noah Bovenizer, he's been to a few as well, and between us we've managed to cover every hustings on the island. We've been to every constituency at least, and it's actually been quite fascinating, to be honest, because I've previously, the first election I've actually been on the island for in a while, because I was away at university last time, and it's been really good to see the candidates and everybody else and how people have engaged with it.
So, and that's one thing that I have noticed with Jeff and the whole Gef team with their the online presence. They've been trying to bring it to a younger audience as well as a general audience as well. So they have access and so basically get as many people involved in this year's election as possible.
Well, yeah, I think obviously we want to bring it to every audience. You know, we want everyone to enjoy it. We want everyone to...
And I think before it's always been kind of directed at an older audience.
I think there's perhaps been an element of not disengagement, but a lack of emphasis on younger voters. I think there's been a lot of lip service paid to that, and I think that what we've tried to do this time, which was, I completely understand why younger people don't want to spend the night in a church hall or in a primary school. So what we've tried to do is we went along, we recorded these, we broke them down into sections so people can say, look, I don't care about bus services in Michael, but for instance, I do care about the coastal erosion on the west. So they've gone along to that and they can go and watch that video, or if they want to know what candidates think about medicinal cannabis, or if they want to know what people think about the prom scheme or anything. That's been the beauty of how I think we've presented it, is that we've broken it down to what actually matters to people.
And I think, hopefully, we should see in the voting numbers that we should have, hopefully, from what I've seen of the polling stations, it's probably the busiest I've ever seen them compared to from what I can remember from about 5 years ago. Did you go, I would hope you've been out and voted today?
Oh, I knew I'd forgotten something.
Well, that's actually a good reminder. We've got, I think, 5 minutes before the polling stations close. So if you haven't gone and voted, run and vote now. It's very important. Run and vote. They're not that far away from you. Get there now and get your vote in. And if you have voted, fantastic, well done. And hopefully we'll be bringing you results later on in the evening as they start to roll in. But for you, Sam, how does this evening go? How does it work?
Again, personally for me, it's been a bit of a weird experience because previously I've been outside listening in. I've been around politics on the island for quite a while, so I've been used to results night from what it's like to be a supporter of a candidate. Previously, last time it was more of an interesting thing for us to see who lost their seat, because we had, back in 2016, it was still quite a sore issue for a lot of people my age, about the student fees going up. And this has been a very different experience to me personally, because it's like watching this happen. And I don't know, it's a really weird one, because I don't know how to feel about tonight. It's really quite weird, just being sort of here to see what happens, because now obviously we're losing the point of there's nothing else we can do, there's nothing else they can do. But
yeah, and I think as you say, there's stuff that is very topical this year. Like we've got, roadworks, climate change is a big one. So I think that's been a very topical thing for candidates that is mattering to people, that is going to be interesting to see, and which candidates are going to fall out of favour. Because I think there's a couple of places where it's a bit up in the air. There's some that have been MHKs that have been in favour to get back in, but do you think the pandemic will have changed the landscape slightly in who people are going to be picking?
Yeah, I think the pandemic has put some politicians at the front and centre, obviously for various reasons. Others, of course, haven't been. And I think that what you're going to see here is perhaps the impact of not only the pandemic, but also what has gone on besides that. Because I think there's an element of, let's face it, people are, I don't want to say tired of COVID, but there's an element of that we want to feel like we're moving forward.
Yes.
And I think that there's an element of what have you done during COVID, but also what is your vision for how we come out of COVID?
Yeah, how do we move past that point and build our island after that point? Now, if you're enjoying the coverage this evening, or you've got anything to say, please join in with the hashtag #VoteTwenty21. We've got our production team up the top and behind the scenes here that will be watching out for that. Please get involved in the chat. We'll see if we can involve some of those as well. But that's hashtag #VoteTwenty21. Now, there's obviously candidates that aren't running this year, and there's one that we feel we need to say a quick word about, and that's our outgoing Chief Minister, Howard Quayle. Now, as you've probably seen in the news, last week, Howard unfortunately suffered mild stroke and was taken to hospital. As you've probably seen, he was in good health and he was released the other day, but from everyone here at the Gef team, he was actually meant to be recording a video with yourself, wasn't he, Sam?
Yeah, so we were meant to be working with Howard on Friday, and obviously, like I said, we heard from his team that he wasn't well, and obviously over the next 24 hours that became more and more obvious. For what we've heard, it was actually his team who spotted the signs, which is, we've all seen these adverts that act fast, and that appears to be what they've done, and which is fantastic. And really, we do just wish him the best. I know people have political arguments against him. Some people may feel they've got personal problems against him. Quite frankly, he's led our island for the past 5 years. He's a father, he's a husband, and at the end of the day, we're just hoping he gets well soon, and we look forward to seeing him when he's fit and able.
And he's led the island through a time that no one in anyone alive's lifetime now ever thought we probably would have had to deal with. So that was probably something he wasn't ever expecting to have to deal with in his tenure as Chief Minister or as an MHK.
No, if you think about it, you've had Brexit, you've had the pandemic, you've had the VAT agreement, the UK, we've had the jets thing. Do you remember that on Panorama?
God, yeah.
It's been
a long 5 years, hasn't it?
It really has. And on top of everything else, we've still had the other issues going on around the island, which affect every government. And I think you've got to say, no matter what people think about them, the government have. Let's face it, they've all done their best. Everyone inside Timor has done their best for where we've got to. But nobody, you think about 2016, nobody knew where we were going to be. And if you wrote down a list of things that were going to happen...
Yeah, this is going to happen, there's going to be a worldwide pandemic, we're going to leave the EU. You wouldn't have believed it, would you?
No, I suppose, I don't know, what is the most likely thing that would have happened? The slides not getting finished.
Well, yeah, that's accurate. Prom's probably pretty... Yeah.
But even the steam packet, nobody saw the steam packet purchase coming.
Yeah.
So it's sort of, you've got to remember that this has been a very, not even surprising 5 years. It's been, I hate the word unprecedented, but it really has been.
Yeah. It's one of those words that's been overused in a certain regard, but it's incredibly on point because it is. The last time it was seen was 1918, which the world is a completely different place. But as you say, I think you bring up a very good point, is no matter what the results are this evening, no matter what your political standing, I think we have to remember that all the candidates are human beings. and they've got feelings, they've got emotions, they've got families. So I think it's just something to, whatever your political standing, whatever you believe, they're trying to do a job in what they believe in, but that doesn't take away anything from their human worth and their abilities or anything like that. So I think that's important to, if your candidate doesn't win, please don't be mean. So, but it's getting to that point where it's a bit too late to make a decision because we've got 1 minute left till our polling stations close.
It's a bit like Eurovision, isn't it?
I don't know.
Sat there going,
Have we not got on-site reporters?
Should I vote?
Just outside in the wind, just a coat and something.
No, I think we've got someone who's doing the Graham Norton, though.
that'd be
Just
handy.
sat in a booth somewhere. Just
Someone voicing over this.
That'd be fantastic.
That would actually be quite good. We'll have to arrange that for the next 5 years. We can add that onto the list.
Alternative audio, just people talking over us, which many of you would probably enjoy, actually.
That's why we go, this makes more sense now. He's explaining what they're actually saying. But yeah, so you've only got about 30 seconds till our polls close, at which point 15 seconds till our polls close, I'm being told. And that's when the exciting bit starts happening. 10 seconds to go. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Election 2021 is done. That's it. It's the important bit now. But nobody else can vote. Here's a question. If they're at the polling stations, they've been waiting in a queue, and it hits 8 o'clock, if you haven't joined the queue by this point, you're allowed to carry on, or does the queue just get cut off and say no?
No, if you're in the queue now, you can vote. If you're not in the queue, it's too late. Go home, watch EastEnders.
Okay.
Or watch us.
Watch us, yes. Join into the live stream. If you're enjoying this, make sure you please share this on Twitter, on Facebook, share it everywhere, so people can join in, because as I said, we've got panel guests coming in. We've got Mr. Paul Spellard coming to join us shortly. We've also got Jamie Lewis from Peggy's coming to make us a cocktail later, which I can't wait for, personally. Yeah. But I think it's time. I mean, it's been a long day. You've worked hard. Congratulations. Now it's just the waiting game. It's the waiting game. Congratulations, everybody. Howard o'clock. It's a bit later in the day, isn't it?
Did we ever? We didn't have a briefing this late ever, did we? I think we had one about 6.
It was 7 o'clock when Tynwald got pushed back several times. It was 5 o'clock, then it was 6 o'clock, then it was... I don't know how it made journalists like yourself feel.
My dinner was ruined. My mum was furious. It was just not a great night.
You're not going to hear Tim Glover saying that, are you? My mum was annoyed, my dinner was ruined.
You might do, I don't know.
Oh, that's a good point. But it's been a long day. So what is the process now once everyone's got their votes in? What happens after this point?
So this is the real fun bit, actually. In terms of what happens now, across the island, police officers, because they're the ones who do this, will go and get the ballot boxes, and they'll take them to the 12 central counting points around the island.
Is it the actual police that do it?
No, the fake police. We get parking inspectors to go around and do it. The police will go around. Sorry to parking inspectors, my car is not a red Mini, don't touch it. And what happens is that they'll bring them into a central count, and then all the boxes are tipped out and they're opened in front of all the candidates or their people who were there supporting them on the night. And then that'll be it, they'll be counted. And
so the candidates are in the room whilst the count's going on?
Well, I'd hope so. If they're not, then they're going to be a bit stuck outside.
Oh, okay.
Left outside alone, as the song goes.
Some of them have been. There's been some diligently standing outside Loch Prom all day.
It's been a good day for them, to be fair. I mean, I've known Manx elections to be horrendous weather.
Yes, it's been decent weather this morning. I just missed some of my candidates as I went in because I was in early doors.
See,
Pardon
sorry for that.
Pardon you.
I'm going to get shouted out.
That's the level of professionalism we're on, ladies and gentlemen. We've reached that point already. I
thought I could hold that.
That is... It's 8:05. We've been on air for 20 minutes.
Anyway, so obviously we've had candidates stood outside. I don't know how they do it. 12 hours stood outside, and I mean, luckily again they've had the weather, so it's not been too bad. But I mean, it's a long day, isn't it?
I was going to, it's a long day, and I mean, a lot of them have had their supporters as a big thank you has to a big thank you has to go out to the candidate supporters and teams around them as well, because it's not just one person that's going out and putting up posters and canvassing for them. They've got family and friends around there that are supporting them and doing it, and they're giving up so much time for this as well, because until they're elected, they're still doing normal jobs. They've still got to make a living somehow. It's not just like, well, I'm going to stop that and I'm going to run for MHK and I hope I get it. They've still got normal lives to lead.
Well, that's it, of course. People do put their lives on hold for this, and their families support them and their friends support them. And I think that's, it's something you have to remember is what there's, let's say, 86,000 on this line. So 85,930 odd of us haven't stood. They're the ones who put themselves above it, and their families have supported them, and their friends have supported them. And I think really you've got to, you take it out after them. And we're being very nice now.
I was going to say, we're being nice. It'll probably digress as the evening goes on, but start nice, end less nice. What about yourself? You've seen it from the outside in. You've seen how much they go through and what they have to answer. Would you ever run? Would you ever be a candidate, Sam?
Oh, I don't know. I was tempted this year, to be honest. But how could you give up, Gef?
Right. Well, there's that point as well. It's like, but Sam Turton, 2026. I mean, tweet about that if you want to. If you would support that, I think you've got a bit of a following.
You have dark days ahead of you, Oncombe.
So, what is your constituency?
It's Oncombe, but let's not get into the Oncombe Garth thing because I'll be here all night.
I know that's
a sore point for me. I'm telling you.
I was going to say, because it's halfway cut off, isn't it?
It's sort of, yeah. If you live in Garth but you live in Oncombe, you have to come into Oncombe to vote and then go back into Garth to go home.
But this is all good feedback for possible candidates going in. I'm sure it'll be something on the docket to be
I think
addressed.
I'm one of the 5 people who cares.
Well, 5 is more than none.
Exactly.
Every voice counts, and that's why it's important to vote. So we've got, so they start counting now, and when do we expect the first results to start rolling in?
It'll vary. Obviously it depends on the turnout in different areas. You'll get, in terms of Douglas South last time, it was about 30, just over half, I think it was just over a third, about 36 or 37% turnout. We got a result, I think it was about 11 o'clock. You'd hope with the election across the island tonight, we may get some earlier, we may get some late, we may go into the early hours of Friday, but with any luck,
we won't be, but there will be live updates from Jeff's team, which we will update you about later. But the first place to hear about any results coming in is right here, ladies and gentlemen, right here. But we'll, fingers crossed, we'll keep checking in, and as soon as we've got anything, we will tell you. Now, there's one gentleman that I believe during this administration and during the pandemic that has gathered quite a name for himself. And as a journalist, he's one of your journalistic brethren, I believe.
Whatever could you mean?
Some people would say he's abrasive in nature by the way he asks questions. I personally enjoy it, and I rate him very much so, but he's the yin to your yang, as it were.
Are you talking about Paul Moulton?
I might be talking about Paul Moulton, yes. He's brought questions to the MHKs in the briefings, and sometimes he's caused absolute controversy, and other times he's been bang on the nail. But I believe he's had some involvement with this evening.
Yes, he has. So we'd like to bring you a special treat. We thought with every big show like this, you have to have awards. We've got the Oscars, we've got the Grammys, we've got the BAFTAs, we've got the Emmys. So we thought the Paulies.
Obviously. I think we've got a couple at the back there, haven't we? We can just see them at the back there. One of our camera team, can we zoom into them? Our little Paulie awards, they're up on the shelves there. It's all right, well, they'll see them in the video. So, our first inaugural Paulie Awards, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hand over to Paul and Sam to bring you the very first Paulie Award.
Yes, good evening and welcome to the first and probably last annual Paulie Awards.
Yay!
Pause for applause.
Like our dress, by the way.
I like that.
Thank
it's
you.
Very good. What's the story behind the tiling?
It's sparkly. It's for a sparkly party or something. Hey, what about you?
I won some money in Vegas and was drunk and thought this was a good idea.
It's a little bit tight.
It's a little bit tight, yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
So Paul, what are we here to do tonight?
The Paulies Awards. You've asked me to pick winners out of certain categories. Please be aware that this is not my category choice, but I had to pick them, otherwise I was in trouble. That's all I really know. I think. It's a long time ago since you asked me, actually. So, over to you.
Well, before we kick off tonight, we've got your little present.
Oh.
It's a Paulie wine. So read us the description on this.
Let me just hold that up there. Can we switch to another camera? There we go. Paulie wine. Lovely. So, what do you want me to do? Read. That's why I got my glasses here. You told me to have my glasses. It's Paulie wine Sauvignon Blanc. It's got a barcode. May contain nuts and gluten not suitable for vegans. Ah, here we go. An acquired taste, Sauvignon Blanc from the Manx region. Incredibly subtle flavours of charisma and a hint of sarcasm makes this wine a must-try for any press briefing enthusiast. Launched in 2021 as a General Election edition, it has a short shelf life and must be drank immediately. Would not recommend maturing. Guys, I'm touched.
I think if anything, it truly encaptures your spirit.
Thanks. And that's why I've got the wine here as well, by the way. This is not normally normal practice. What you got?
I've just got Bushies, Norseman. Other lagers are available.
Cheers.
Should we get on with the show?
Okay.
And we'll start leading with our first awards, which is the worst government project.
Oh, yeah.
There are many possible winners of this award.
I think this one's going to be the bleeding obvious, I think. Do you not think?
Fine. You spoil the magic, Paul.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't, because I'm just... Oh, look, it's even got a thing on the back. I tell you, you guys really impressed me with all your work. Oh, look at this sparkly... Oh, I haven't done this for ages. So, the winner of the worst government project, was it? Yeah. Is... No surprises, seriously. Oh, let's change the camera. Let's go on with that one. The prom, of course, had to be. So, round of applause. Thank you.
Regrettably, nobody from the DOI was invited today. So we've got this little trophy.
Yes.
Which has your head on it. And It's a
bit creepy, that, isn't it?
It's a little bit. But they can pick it up from any bus shelter on Loch Promenade in the next 2 weeks.
That is amazing. So, some from the DOI may or may not... I mean, they're in more interesting moments again with other things, aren't they? But anyway, we won't talk about that. So, first award, thank you.
And the very first Paulie Awards, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very good sport to have done that.
He is. He's fantastic. But, I mean, it's worrying that he said that was a selection. Because that shirt... He didn't just go, I've got this shirt. He went and selected it. It makes me wonder which ones got rejected.
Yeah. I mean, is there a costume change for the rest of the awards?
You'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I was going to say, well, I can't wait for that. But as you can see, I mean, there was no expense spared on the actual awards, was there?
No, not at all. We got them solid gold, made from Foxdale gold. They mined it there. Definitely heard that before. But yeah, it was fantastic. It was great sport, Paul. But yeah, we the awards. I don't know how they came about, to be honest. It was one of these ideas that
one of those where you sat there and went, "This is a really good idea. Let's do this."
Yeah. And then much like this, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought. I mean, when it comes to it, really, we had many options for that award. I mean, I wanted to put.
I was going to say, what were the other nominations?
Well, realistically, it was only going to be the NSC slides.
Yeah, they're the two obvious ones.
We nearly had a late entry for Balakameen's uniform policy, but we missed out on that one. So yeah, it had to be the prom.
Yeah. I mean, there's no other project that has been the bane of an administration's life, shall we say? I don't think it's a.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a fun.
It's left a mark, literally and figuratively.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be plenty of more Paulie Awards coming up later. But first of all, we've got a very special guest with us this evening to join us on our panel. Unfortunately, we were meant to have Hafsar Hoosen with us, but unfortunately she can't make it this evening due to other engagements. But we have the wonderful Mr. Paul Speller. Good evening, Paul. How are you doing?
Good evening. I'm fine, thanks. And how are you?
I'm having a wonderful time. Thank you very much. I'm glad you noticed.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if you hadn't. It's a bit bright.
And Sam, you look... Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's not go any further than that.
Good effort. Well done.
Put me school time and everything.
Nice shoes, though.
Thank you.
I was going to say, it's because he had smart shoes on before, and then he saw my jacket and it was like, I need more colour, otherwise he's just going to blend into the couch.
Yeah, a little bit. But anyway, so Paul, we know you are, obviously, but introduce yourself.
I'm an old journalist, I suppose. This will be my 7th election, since coming to the Isle of Man. The 5th, where I've left my wife at home to come and do election work, she pointed out today, and thank you. Yeah, I've been doing politics for 30 years. I remember being shouted at by Alf Cannon's dad, various former wrestlers saying...
It must be weird to get shouted at by different generations.
Alf Cannon's never shouted at me yet.
Really?
Well, I don't work...
I love how you added yet onto
Give it time. Yeah, it's kind of a badge of honour, though, for a journalist to be shouted at, sworn at. Yeah.
It's just in terms of this election, obviously, like you say, you've been doing, what, 35 years?
30, not out.
30?
30.
Okay.
So it's your 30th year.
This is actually, it's my 31st year in the Isle of Man.
Okay, 31
7
years.
elections, I think.
And, you know, eventually you'll be considered Manx one day.
Maybe.
But in terms of this election, it's appeared a bit, I don't know, there hasn't been a spark. How does this compare to your previous experience? Is this how you see Manx elections genuinely, or is there usually a big issue that's dominates?
Well, I think because we've had the big issue, so it's, COVID has overridden everything, so that it has felt lacklustre. But I'm very conscious. I mean, I'm getting to the old fart stage, and it's like, yeah, it wasn't as good as it was in my day. But the truth, I look back through the candidates you got each election, you think they weren't particularly better or worse each time. You get some candidates who are livelier than others. It's not always a good thing. But, each House of Keys generally gets told they think they're the best, they're told they're the worst, and it's somewhere in between most of the time. So, yeah, it's not been particularly exciting. We used to get excited about the idea of party politics. Liberal Vanning's not really happened. I remember the Alternative Policy Group, which became the Alliance for Progressive Government. Never really happened. Manx Labour is always there or thereabouts, and one thing you'll say is you've got a party with a set of values that at least you can relate to, but they don't field candidate in every constituency. There was going to be one person who was going to do that this time around, so Mr. Soul. There's a story saying he was going to have 24 candidates, but I'm not sure what happened with that.
Yes, I think he was going to stand along with Castellan Blue. In fact, we got told he was. We got a statement off his people, and then that was it. We never heard from him again. So I don't know what happened there. But he's a bit of a character. He would have livened up the election, I think.
I know I'm getting an old grump now, because I hear things like, I hope this person gets in because they'll shake things up. But you've got to remember, they're going to be shaking it for 5 years. And I remember Peter Cowan, God love him, was brilliant as a backbench MHK, certainly in the earlier days. He became a minister, shook things up. We saw the nurses closed, the library turned into a charity. It wasn't a good shakeabout, put it that way. So shaking things up when you're meant to be running a country is not always the greatest thing.
No, and I think sometimes with the last administrations, people think, I'm going to do this. They seem very proactive, but it's one thing to say these things, but it's one thing to enact them. So I guess off that point, is there anyone this year that has really sort of stood out to you or has impressed you?
No, but I'm very conscious. Every time you get a new set of MHKs, they all genuinely want to make a difference. They really do. I mean, some want to make a difference for the right reasons, but I can guarantee you, all the new MHKs who you speak to in 2 months' time say, God, I didn't know there was this much to it. They really will. It happened last time I spoke to the 12 new MHKs within 2 months, and the overriding comment was, wow, we didn't know this much to learn.
Well, it's funny because I had a minister who, we'll name nameless just for his own sake.
Until the results have come in, we can't slander.
But he came in and we had him in the office and I said, what was it like when you first got elected? And he went, well, Chris Robertshaw, who's just retired, said he had us into his office and he went, you'll spend the first 18 months working out where the toilets are and where to put your coat. And we all laughed and went, oh, right, we're going to go around the country. And then 3 years later, we realised he's right. It takes you that long to get used to standing orders and everything else. And it's a real sort of, it must, it's not like any other job.
No.
Well,
it isn't. And I think you hear people saying government should be run like a business. And I've had 1 or 2 chief ministers say to me, the government isn't a business. That's the point. It's not a business. Now, you can bring some of your business values, but it's supposed to do all things. It's there for the people. You're supposed to look after everybody.
It's not
just
about
your customer.
profit.
No. I mean, you want a government to make a profit, but governments can get much better loan rates, for instance, or longer-term loan, because the loan can go for 20 years, because the government will be there for 20 years. It might not be the same people there, but you will pretty much always have a government, unless Sam does stand and burns down the Reichstag equivalent. But I don't know if you're planning that, Sam.
Could happen.
But yeah, I mean, you've got to know how things work before you can start changing them. And everybody comes to say, I'm going to change this, that, or other, and within 18 months, Chris Robertshaw's right, one of the few things we agree on, they'll be ground down. I was going to think of an anecdote, but I won't tell.
It's all right, you're safe here.
No,
you're safe.
Nobody's watching.
My mum's watching, it's all right.
Oh, that's okay then. No, but you need to know what's going on. But the problem is then, by the time they've learned, suddenly think, this quite suits. You get an awful lot of MHKs who are going to change the world, then get a nice little job somewhere. Quite like the world now, suits me. And there's the bubble. You've heard about the tin-walled bubble, and it's just, they all get submerged into it. And very rarely does somebody keep out. And you can say some of the more outspoken ones, oh yeah, but they're out of it. They're not. They're still in it because they're shouting in a position of safety as often as not. So, and I don't mean it really as a criticism, it's just acknowledge the fact that you're going to be part of the system you claimed you're going to change, because that is what is going to happen.
Well, we'll hopefully see what our new candidates will achieve once we find out who they're going to be. But we have got a question coming from Twitter, and this is a very important one for you, Paul, so hopefully you can give us an answer, because I'm curious about this too. So the question is, why do the candidates wear these like fluffy pom-pom things like a Texas homecoming queen, is how the question was worded?
I didn't see any of those ones. I think it's brand, it's kind of like identity.
It's like they've won the like racing derby like a horse. Like,
you know, all these years I've never asked, but I mean, I came over from England, but they've all got the nice rosettes. I think it's to make sure you know, and then your helpers will have the rosette in as well. So apart from anything else, if you're going in to say, oh, I voted for you or your friend, you really make sure you say it to the right person. Maybe it's a service to us to not put our feet in it. But it does get confusing because we don't have parties to associate them with. That's the biggest problem. I think Liberal Valley had a lovely purple and yellow combo.
They've got the purple and yellow one, and Alf had one as well up in.
Well, you see, that's confusing then, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it was that, and it just had Alf Cannon.
I know he's always been very liberal, but I don't think he's part.
I think you should have had one of your nice little cartoons done.
That'd be a surprising result of the night if Alf Cannon has joined the Liberal Valley.
That'd be how good would that be?
What a twist!
Yeah.
What a twist! Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to our first predictor video of the evening. Now, usually when people leave the polls, they've done their first bit, we have this, what's usually called an exit poll. And how do exit polls usually work?
Yeah, so you'll have seen this on BBC or ITV or Channel 4, and they do at the end, Big Ben goes bing, bing, bong, polls closed, and then you'll get an exit poll, which will say, here's what we think it's going to be. And it's based on basically people outside polling stations say, who do you vote for? And we have that on the island as well. They have a history of maybe not being the most accurate. I mean, previously, you'll remember this, there's been ministers who are going to lose seats, there's people who are going to top polls.
You can guarantee if you nominate someone as a chief minister candidate, if you say they're potential, one of them, if you say 5, one of them won't get elected. Almost every time, it's a curse. So sorry, guys. Sorry, Alex.
Well,
sorry.
we're definitely saying that later then. Right.
So we decided, let's get rid of this. So we decided to come up with a better idea, which was predictors. So we've taken a variety of different animals, objects, a baby, a child, a couple of children, and made them predict the election. We got them to predict the election for us. So the first one we've got is Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, which is the constituency of the longest name and the easiest one to trip over.
And you nailed it.
I did, I'm so happy. And yeah, I might have got a bit wet while filming this, but let's see what we've got.
Over to VT.
Slightly lovely.
And welcome to the first running of the Arbury, Castletown and Maloo duck race. We have 4 candidates, we have 4 ducks. They're going to go into the water just by that tree and finish by that big rock there. Just a short course, but with any luck we'll get a quick result. Oh, we have a quick leader, but all 4 of them are still in it here. If they approach the line, will any of them get snagged on the branches or any of the rocks? Coming up the outside there, could he through? Could they sneak through? Oh, he stopped at the last, unbelievable stuff. Is he going to get through? No, he's not, he's stuck as well. But he comes through and we have 2 winners, there we go. And it's a close, the 3rd, 4th, never got across the line. And having they got slightly wet, going to get the ducks, we have 2 winners, which are Graham Norton and Tim Glover.
Well, how about that then? I mean, it was the bit, that prediction video that really gets me is the daintiness of which the candidates are entered into the race.
Well, by that point, I wanted to test how quick the water was. So I threw one of the ducks in and he just went off down the river. And the polls are closed now, so I can tell the story better, actually. So you know that video of the dog where it runs off and the guy's screaming, Fenton?
Fenton!
Yeah.
Fenton! Yeah, no.
So I threw in Jason Morehouse duck, and he just bobbled off down the river. And there's no, if you don't know Silverdale River, there's nowhere to get in at this point. So I had to climb over a fence and ended up in the river, trying to run down after it, after this duck, screaming Jason at it. And there was a couple of dog walkers who maybe thought I had some sort of issue with the duck. I don't know. But, it was an experience. So by the time I got round to that, I was quite wet. It was a bit cold. I wasn't in the best of moods. But I thought it was the only fair way to start the race.
I mean, this is the sacrifice that you make for high-end, top-notch journalism, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think you could learn a thing or two, Paul?
Well, it was very exciting. I'm not surprised you got wet. It was very good.
I think I throw like a Lancashire cricketer, don't I, really?
You do? We won.
Do you remember the wins because there's so few? Or?
Well, I remember them because we might win the championship. So.
Okay.
Look, we're getting off topic,
Yeah,
gentlemen. We don't need to go down the route of talking. We're talking politics here. What's worse, politics or cricket?
Politics.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, back to politics. So how accurate do you think the predictor's going to be?
It'll be as accurate as the exit poll, probably, and any of our predictions. I mean, because I was very good. I gave correct answers on the exit poll today, but that's only because I was coming down here and I would have felt bad. The temptation...
You were coming down here, so you felt you needed to be honest?
Yes. I thought, make a change. I did complain about the categories of some of the multi-option answers.
Why so?
Because on the list of things you thought you had to choose one of what you thought was the most important, they missed off education, which is a bit of a pet subject of mine. So, yeah.
Don't
So
ask him questions about education.
what did they deem was more important than education?
Well, there was, I can't even remember all of them. There was climate change, fair enough. There was health and social care, and two others. I went for health and social care. Because everybody else will say climate change, and I thought...
I was going to say, climate change does seem to be the hot topic at the moment. Hot topic? Never mind, anyway. But I feel, in certain regards, some of the candidates may have gone for... Do you feel that some candidates sometimes go for topics that just people please, as it were?
Well, I think people please as a criticism is actually a bit misguided because we want our politicians to please us, if we're honest. It's like when you say, oh, you're electioneering or you're playing politics. Well, don't play, do it properly. But, there's nothing wrong with that. I think, interesting, I had a conversation with someone the other day, people who stood last time for the first time, and then you look at some of their opinions this time, and some of them have toned down because they were aware certain things that they said weren't so popular. And then you think, do you think that's okay? Do you think it's a bit of a shame? Do you think, well, I still want them to get into it, and I realise they've modified their opinion to suit that? Politics is all about knowing which way the wind's blowing, unfortunately. And, you stand up on a principle. If you, in a party system, you can have a principle and know you've got to support. I think if you're an individual standing in one of the constituencies, you're aware one of your policies was really unpopular, and when you stood up during the last 5 years, you might... Is it wrong that you rein that in a little bit? Or is it actually responding to what the public want, people pleasing?
I suppose I know that's the line that they have to toe in a certain way because it's a case of you've got to... some of it is, as they say, political posturing for overall gain. Yeah. Well, we've had a question in from Twitter, which was... And this is actually a question, when I was making my vote this morning, it was something I thought in my head. And there was a pencil, but there was also a pen available, but majority of it was pencils to place your vote on your ballot. Why is it pencils? Because surely, in my mind, I'd think, well, someone could scrub that out and change it.
Maybe people are less likely to nick pencils. I don't know.
Okay.
Would that save them?
Hardest to deface? I don't know, because you can't... it does say if you make a mistake, you can go back. I think you get given a new ballot paper.
Yeah, it's a new ballot paper and you can spoil your ballot.
I don't know. Pencils are cheaper, maybe.
Maybe it's just since they gave 16-year-olds the vote, if they give them a pen, they'll go in and do what they used to do in TER at St Ninians. So you just go in and find out things about people's mums that you didn't realise before.
What's the TER?
Writing on the desk.
TER was like when you got temporary exclusion at St Ninians, so you got thrown out of class. You had to go sit in a room which wasn't a room.
What's
it was
the
a
detention?
That's what's now
Detention.
ILB. Yeah.
Huh?
That's now called ILB, is it?
What's that?
Independent Learning Base.
IRB,
sounds...
was that... no, because it's reflection... No, it's because it's not detention anymore, is it? It's reflection time.
It's detention.
I kid you not. I kid you not. My sister came back from school the other day and she was just like, no, it's not detention anymore. It's reflection time.
What has she done?
No, she wasn't sent there,
Oh,
but
right,
apparently
okay.
that's just what it's referred to now. It's not detention, it's reflection time. I mean...
I thought reflection was bad. Wasn't that an issue at Bellegamine?
Yeah, go on, tell us a bit about that, Paul.
Well, no, I think we're getting there. Parents are taken slightly by surprise by a uniform policies application last week, but I think the school has begun to listen. So I'll probably leave it there.
Oh, well, I've just had our producers in my ear to explain the pencil reason to us. Twitter's bringing some absolute game tonight. So apparently the reason you don't use a pen is because the ink could spill or smudge onto another ballot paper and spoil it.
Oh, what are they using? Fountain pens?
I was going to say, if your points are pretty decent at this point.
If
How
you're
many
running a
people are
polling
in the booth
station,
at one time?
Well, yeah, and it's like, how long does this ink need to dry?
We need to change this for the next one, Sam.
get a Bic.
Good old Bic.
You can get them for like 20 for £1 down the road.
Just someone with a Sharpie just like that, just going, be fine.
Exactly.
No, they need them to deface the posters.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Sharpie prices have risen sharply.
Yes.
Well, so that was
Didn't even intend
So,
it.
you know, one of them at school as well.
An unintentional pun, as it were.
I wasn't allowed to use pens, to be fair. I had to use pencil.
There's a reason for that, isn't there?
But which constituency were you in?
Douglas Central.
Douglas Central. So do you think there's going to be quite a big change up between MHKs, or do you think there's going to be more holding on to their seats this year because of COVID, or?
You mean overall, not just Douglas Central?
Yeah.
It's really hard to tell because, I mean, I haven't seen many candidates that jump out and say yes. And we're obviously going to get some natural changes. Douglas East is going to have somebody new. Russian's going to have somebody new. Sam's going to help me if anywhere else. Middle will have 2 new people. I think Peel, Glenfaber's going to have at least 1 new person, if we're fair. So it's hard to, what you often find is if there's a lot of other people challenging the sitting candidates, it improves the chances of the sitting candidates because it's kind of quite often the vote is against who's in. But if you spread it among 5 or 6 people, then none of them will get enough votes. So if I was in, say, Ramsey and I was Laurie Hooper or Alex Anson, I might not be too sad. I think there's 6 other candidates came forward. I'm not saying that would be why if they do get in, but I think it helps if you've got a lot of other candidates because it splits the opposition vote.
Ramsey was weird, wasn't it? Because you had sort of just the 2 sitting MHKs, and suddenly Leonard Singer comes out and goes, right, I'm going to stand to make sure we have an election. And then, like, by the Monday, we had 7 of them, or 6.
I was going to say, Ramsey was like the last.
He should have heard him right, and also just, I'm going to stand because I've heard there's an election, because he does stand in elections a lot.
Well, yes, you've written a lot about Leonard Singer recently, haven't you? Once
or twice. Well, I've looked back at the last 6 elections, and he's in every one, I think.
Well, it's good, it's good. Somebody so publicly spirited.
He is.
But it's just fascinating how you went from having the situation in Ramsey where there was 2 of them, then suddenly 3, and then literally like 2 or 3 days later we have 6 or 7.
But we've all been there thinking, who's that standing? I could do better than that. I'm not saying that's what they all thought about Leonard Singer, but you sit there and think, well, if they're standing, I could do a better job. And suddenly you're in the pub with your mates, and I mean, when did this all start? Was it when all the pubs were fully open again? So that might be your clue. But you start talking to people, and social media now as well. It's the equivalent of the old backroom bar in a pub. Well, you say a lot of sense. You should stand too. And
just in terms of another question we've had from Twitter, actually, one that I think you'll like. Why don't we pick our own chief minister?
Because the whole system's a bit of a mess, if we're honest. If you don't,
get comfy, everybody. It's going to be a fun one.
It's because we've got this. Every time they change something, they change it a little bit, and you think we don't have party politics, so we have a problem. Then do we have the MLCs voting for chief ministers? Don't we? Do we have the MHKs voting first, so the MLCs can just copy their vote or do their own thing? And they just tinker. How would you do it? Because you don't know if someone's going to get in. That is the biggest problem you've got. If you don't have a party system, if you had... Well, actually, even this in Guernsey, they went to All Ireland voting for the last election. The guy who was the effective...
Gavin St Pierre won.
He was the chief minister.
Stonking majority.
And he's massively ahead of them all. And he didn't get voted in once they're in because
He's
they
not-
got, you know. So
He's not even in government now.
no,
He's
well,
like the lone voice.
They are well, he's not a lone voice, but yeah, he and his replacement aren't best friends, shall we say? But yeah, so it's very hard when you've got a small government to come up with a system that works. I don't necessarily know the solution. I know at the paper we used to try and do things like we do get people to vote online, or no, we only have tried it online, but people mess around, you know. I remember we did once, but we did a spoof MHK of the year. Who's your favourite MHK? And we know full well the winner had friends out in Spain who just went for about a day. That was on a computer keyboard, by the way, not killing flies. But so it's very hard to come up with one. I think if you could trust your MHKs to follow what they think is the public will. And
That's surely the point, is that you've got this situation where people go, I mean, I've had it come up in at least 4 of the hustings I went to. We're voting for you, based on your manifesto.
Yeah.
But then in 3 weeks' time, or whenever, I think it's 15th October, something this time, we're going to have somebody else on their manifesto, and that's going to be what's running. And we already all know that there are elements of the civil service writing a programme for government. So who are we actually voting for?
Well, it is the biggest problem without the party political system, and most people don't want it. It's been talked about, people have tried to get involved, and it just doesn't seem to work. Now, whether you could get potential chief ministers to announce beforehand, and it had to be somebody who's already an MHK, who's a defendant.
John Shimon did last time, and then lost.
Yeah, and unfortunately,
it's the curse.
well, it'll be interesting to see if there's been any kickback on Alex Allenson and Alf Cannon. I don't think there will be. But yeah, it can be counted against, like, who does he think he is, or who does she think she is? But maybe he should have said, you're a defending MHK, if you're re-elected, are you going to stand? And then get a list of those MHKs to say yes, and get people to vote on at the same time, say, out of these 5, who would your preference be? And if the majority of people back Alf Cannon, or Alex Allenson, or other MHKs are available, then at least there's an indication. So when the MHKs come to vote, they can't just go for what offers them the best who offers them the best job, which I'm sure isn't what happens.
Well, that's just briefly. The thing that always gets me is that I know that Laurie Hooper has said about how if you want to have it, the MHK should pick it, and that's why party politics needs to happen on the island. We've got 12 constituencies. They haven't put up 12 candidates.
No.
And this is why, to me, party politics is
well,
just the grand
I don't
national
think the
window.
2 member constituencies help on that either. Because I don't think 2 member constituencies would help in a party political system. You'd have to have 24 single seats. And again, they messed with it. They'll look at it again after this election. We'll have another report. Somebody will come up with a new way of making the vote look different for the Chief Minister, and the public won't have a say.
Well, I feel like I'm playing political tennis because I'm going back and forward here. So, on that note, I'm sure we'll delve into a little bit more after a little break, but we're just going to go to a quick ad break now because none of this happens without some support. And as you can tell, I've got a very, very fabulous jacket on this evening. Don't you think, Sam?
It's something, all right.
It's fabulous. Don't you deny it. It's fabulous. It's very popular on Twitter, apparently. Thank you, Twitter. I'm very pleased.
How many
Thank you.
accounts does your mum have?
Leave my mother out of this. But apparently my jacket is very popular on Twitter, and that's all thanks to our first sponsor, The Noble Suitor.
At The Noble Suitor, we might sell a range of off-the-shelf suits, chinos, shirts, shoes, and accessories, but it's the personal service and quality that makes us, well, us. We do all the fitting and tailoring in-house, so it's always the perfect fit. We specialise in bespoke suit creation, whether that be for a special day or something a little bit more unique. Your imagination truly is the only limitation. The Noble Suitor. Find us downstairs in the Market Hall.
And we're back. So The Noble Suitor, they've lovingly dressed us this evening, so make sure you go check him out at Market Hall. He does some absolutely fantastic stuff, as you can tell. Now, we've got a tweet that's just come in from Michael Josem, a running candidate. And the question is, it was literally front page news when Manx taxpayers obeyed the law and respected the privacy of private citizens. But when the Isle of Man government keeps the declarations of relevant interests a secret for 64 candidates running for public office, crickets.
Why is he tweeting from? Aren't the phones meant to be off?
Ooh, well that's a...
It used to be in my day. I'm quite old, so maybe that isn't real. It used to be you have to have your phone off.
When you say in your day have the phone off, was that They took,
Yeah, it was
That was the
they
break.
took,
one.
yeah.
they
Big
took it
payphone.
off the hook
Yeah,
outside of
that's
the public
right,
phone
yeah.
box. So.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's interesting what you're saying, though, because I know that we've tried to ask about it when it was raised by Mr. Harrison about we were meant to have a declaration of members' interests ahead of this election. That's never happened.
Yeah.
We asked the government why. We got literally no response on that at all.
Yeah.
And he actually raises a very good point, is that people have made a very big interest about Manx Taxpayers Alliance, and there's been various things about that, pushing for openness and transparency, and equally people are then saying, well, who's funding it? And then there is genuinely a thing of, under Manx law, they are not allowed to tell us.
It does seem strange, and I mean, if he's probably entitled to have a complaint. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point. The government doesn't reveal things if it doesn't feel it has to. I think that's a standard thing of most governments. I think, you know, we're meant to put our trust in them, but if...
Would you not feel that we should know more about people if they're standing? I mean, in terms of...
Absolutely, yeah.
We should know who owns holiday cottages. We should know who owns... I'm not saying...
Why did you choose holiday cottages as an Oncombe resident?
I don't know. I mean, something...
That's a very
why,
specific. That's a very specific. Wait, I want to know who owns holiday cottages.
Something
We all knew who owned holiday cottages a while ago, didn't we?
Not guilty. Wasn't it?
Oh.
But that is one thing that has been brought up quite
Yeah.
a lot with certain candidates is transparency, and with government in general, it is the transparency of government. And how do you think that could be addressed? Because it is one thing, you know, the resources as a voter that we are given is what the candidates give us. They give us our manifesto, videos, or anything like that. But how, you know, how do we make it more transparent for people?
It's got to be public pressure. You ask the candidates who's funded this, where have you got the money from, who are your supporters. I mean, sometimes you can look at the list of the people on the nomination form, and that might give you a clue. But yeah, I mean, the government won't tell things if it doesn't think there's public pressure to do it, and that's the same anywhere. But if you ask every single candidate, get them to make a pledge, and then remind them of it every year until they get re-elected, until the election comes up, then...
But just on that, I mean, this was meant to be in place for this election.
Yeah.
And this is just, I mean, you know, I get this is a point which many people at home will be there going, who, so what? There will be many people I understand saying, so what? It's procedural politics. Yeah. But at the end of the day, this is the sort of stuff that pre-election I want to know what these people have got, and I want to know what their real issues are. I mean, you have, for example, Chris Robertshaw. Take an example, he's been very open about the fact that he was director of Crogger, who wanted to go looking for gas. That's a level of transparency which is perfectly acceptable. You know, we should know this about people, and I don't see why this election, Mr. Joseph made a very good point, why we haven't had it.
No, I think he's got a very good point. I think maybe we need to go back to all those MHKs who talked about transparency when they got in 5 years ago, and obviously a bit late now, but I think maybe this time, all those who get in on a ticket of transparency, just say we'll be asking you about this, and when you're doing your interviews with them all, you can say when you're going to do it then, and stop telling us it's because it's a procedural thing. You know, I think quite often process is used to prevent something happening, well, not prevent or delay something. We've had 5 years talking about how we need more information about poverty and hunger. Doesn't put the food on the table. Get the food out on the table first, and then look into it more.
So, with that, I mean, as we sort of move on, like, is it the MHKs that make a change to that within government? Because it's always one of those kind of going, we need to be more transparent. But as soon as the spotlight's on them, it's kind of like, well, we're not going to change that, because why would we?
It's one of the questions that should follow that is how. It's like we want to balance the economy. How we want to do this? How are you paying for it? What it's going to, and you'd never get rid of a candidate off your doorstep, unfortunately. And I spend most of my time not answering the door for 4 weeks before the election. But yeah, you just got to keep asking. They will get told by government officials, no, you don't want this. I mean, you're all too young, but Yes Minister was very accurate, and it's stuff from there. It still applies now. There'll be a civil servant out there who'll be finding a way where it's not good to tell the public something. And it's not, and then it suits the politicians to go along with that. And yeah, it's the bubble. They're in the bubble after a while. Yeah, we're going to change this. We're going to do that. Yeah, well, it's not that impressive. I don't want people knowing where all my money is necessarily. And not all of them. I'm not saying that. Quite a lot of them will voluntarily be transparent. But I mean, it happens at every level, doesn't it? I mean, we saw how many years were they chasing Donald Trump for his tax returns.
I think it's an ongoing battle, isn't it?
I think it is.
Anyway, with that, we're going to move on to an even more serious question. We've had a question on Twitter, and following that tweet there, I think we're just delving deeper into the matter. The question is, how many push-ups can Sam Turton do?
To be honest,
Can we find out?
we maybe can later, yeah.
Okay, well, we've got another predictor video coming up. We'll do it whilst the predictor video is going on, and we'll tell you afterwards. I think that's the only fair way to do it.
Yeah, let's go.
So, next up in our predictor video series is my constituency that I voted in this morning, which is Aaron Michael. There's 6-7 candidates up for this area. So let's hand over to our VT now and see who came out on top.
Here we are, ready for a game of pin the key on the candidate, and for the constituency of Aaron Michael. It's much like the family favourite pin the tail on the donkey, but we have got keys and candidates instead. Right, first up we've got Penny Hegarty, or Patrick Hegarty, aka PSH the Gamer. You can subscribe to him on YouTube. Right, go back, spin round 3 times.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
That one 4.
Yeah.
Am I at the wrong bit?
Yeah, you got the wrong bit, yeah.
Is it down here?
No, go the way, other way. It's very totally wrong
What,
direction.
this way?
This way, yeah, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Let's go again. Recount. Wait 1 sec. Whoa!
Wait. Okay, go.
Okay. Right, spin round 3 times.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Forward.
Am I?
No. Oh, okay, that's our first candidate for Aaron Michael. You can keep him on there, Patrick.
Okay.
Next up, we've got Penny. Get your blindfold on, Pen. Right, spin around 3 times.
That was 1 time, so okay. Oh, no.
Oh. Alf Cannon.
I'm
There we go.
going to get the lady.
Okay. Right, say goodbye, guys.
See ya.
Goodbye.
142, 143, 144.
Oh, we're back.
100. Oh, okay, sorry. 100. Well, I mean, it could have kept going, but that was 144.
Could we have a recount of that, please?
Right, let's not
First
talk about
recount of the night.
recounts. We haven't got that far yet. I suppose that's a very good. I mean, who won the predictor video, by the way? I was too busy watching your wonderful press-ups. Alf
It was
Cannon
Tim Johnson and Alf Cannon.
and Tim Johnson. Ooh, now, I mean, Alf Cannon, possibly a favourite, because I mean he's mentioned for Chief Minister, isn't
His
he?
dad, so yeah.
Yeah, well,
Like his
and
favourite.
you and his dad have got a good rapport already.
I won't go that far.
But so Alf Cannon's indicated there, but Tim Johnston, new boy,
Yeah.
and I think it was so it's Tim Johnson, new boy. I mean, Tim Baker, not think he's feeling strong.
He might have a lot of support in Aaron Michael, but really, does anybody think? Sorry,
I think
Tim,
he's
but
had a target put on his back with the prom, really, hasn't
yeah.
he?
Well, I think he kept it fixed there himself, to be honest. But he may get back. I doubt it.
I think, to be honest, I went to the Michael Hustings, I think it was the second I did. I don't know, it was a haze. I think it was the second, and to be honest, no one cared. The problem wasn't an issue for them up there. It was buses. That was the big problem there. They want the bus network fixed. They wanted coastal erosion looked at. It's very easy for us, to be honest, to sit here and go, oh, the prom. No one cares up there. That was not an issue.
It's half an hour away for us to get to the prom.
Oh, exactly.
Exactly, and if the mountain roads close, it's even longer.
Oh, it's a sad life,
It
isn't it?
is. It
I'm going
is.
to break into song in a minute, aren't I?
Hey, that's for later. We'll save that one.
I just think, Tim Johnson, President of the Farmers Union, of course. Mm-hmm. The Isle of Man has a strong history of electing farmers, both in terms of into keys and as chief ministers. We've had, is it 3? I should put it on the spot.
Gelling, Walker, 2.
Two.
And I think Gelling, Walker, Tory Brown,
Quailwood.
not. Oh, Quill, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a landowner.
The outgoing chief minister was a farmer. He's a farmer.
He didn't do much digging himself, though, did he? Did he? Didn't he? He used to play music to his cows. That was hardcore.
I remember that story. Yeah, I think we did a thing about it a while ago. Yeah, wasn't it classical music?
Yeah.
Bought a horse tram. Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's the musical cows that gets me the most. Not the musical cows. The cows aren't playing music themselves. That would be a trick. You wouldn't
Everyone
bother.
would be moving to Aaron Michael if we had musical instrument playing cows.
You wouldn't be bothered with this, would you?
I'm going to watch the musical cows.
Your cows can do an orchestra piece. You're not bothering with this.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah.
But Paul, we just had a quick question again in from Twitter. It turns out more than 4 people are watching. So,
thanks, Mum.
How many mums you got?
In terms of, in the UK, obviously, Sunderland is the one which famously declares first. Quite often, they have the big line of students from the university and get it all done. Where do you traditionally see as being the island Sunderland? And go on, let's have a little bet. Where do you reckon will be first declared tonight?
You'd expect it, I think, to be one of the Douglas ones, but because there's a couple. I think the lowest number of candidates anyway is 4, isn't it? Which is Central, Douglas Central. There's a few who've got 4. But all it takes is one person to get a bit close. I think I'll go for VAR and get a recount, and that's another hour really. Or for ballot boxes to be spotted just before the count's announced and things like that. So I don't know. I mean, I would have thought Douglas is probably one of your better bets. Onchan, I can't see if it's close. There not being a recount because they don't all seem to get on very well, the candidates in Onchan, do they?
Oh, it's a weird election in Onchan this time.
Onchan's always weird, though, isn't it?
To be fair,
it's weird.
I mean, previously we had the year where Adrian Earnshaw lost his seat and we thought he was going to ask for a recount and never did. Was there a recount last time in Onchan? In the back of my head, I think there was.
No. But I mean,
it's a long time.
But the commissioner, even like with the commissioners, it's just doesn't go well, does it?
You leave the commissioners at this.
Yeah. Why is that?
Dad might be the chair.
We're not here to discuss the commissioners tonight. We're here about MHKs.
Onchan traditionally has people who don't like each other, or Zach Hall.
Yes.
There's always something for Onchan to liven things up. Chief ministers who end up not being chief ministers, Zach Hall. What is it about Onchan as a resident? What is it?
I think realistically, we bring the character to the island.
Character.
We're the ones.
That's a good word, isn't it?
We like to elect characters, and we have a very good history of doing so.
You do.
With your weird borderlines.
Yeah, that could be it. You see, because we've had fairly stable 5 years with MHKs in Onchan for us. Anyway, this has been quite good.
Are you in the bit that's in Garth? Are you?
No, I'm not. Don't talk to me about that.
We've already triggered him once about it.
We're going to make Onchan whole again, right? I'm going to be blaring Atomic Kitten out the window. Yeah. Everyone's going to be rejoicing when Onchan gets back together.
Well, you're going to go back to proper tradition and do a village in the parish. That's what you should do.
Let's just not confuse matters. Let's just have what it was 10 years ago, right? This is NIMBYism at a different level because it's not actually in my backyard, it's in somebody else's. But it's, so
you're not going to talk about this, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it. We're not talking about it.
I was going to say, we're going down a rabbit hole there, Sam.
In terms of Douglas Central, you were saying you live there. Have you found that it's local or national issues that when you're chatting to parents at the gates or speaking to neighbours,
it's been nothing to do with the election the last week. Local. I think the thing that bothers us most in Douglas Central is the speed of traffic. And this is parents at the school gate. Speed of traffic on a place like Hootenanny Avenue around there. State of the buildings, state of the roads. There's a road just down from us which is just falling apart, and I think the candidates have gradually realised that they should promise to do something about that. But yeah, I think also where's the blooming border? I mean, half the candidates have got the posters on the wrong side of the road and things like that. So.
Well, we know of candidates people who live in Douglas Central who got Douglas East literature. And I think our wonderful producer, Emma, whoever she is up the top there somewhere, she came up with a fantastic solution saying, if you live on the Bowling Green side of Woodburn Road, you're in East. If you live on the Woody side, you're in Central. And if you don't go to the pubs, that's no help for anybody.
It was a surprise that Emma chose pubs to help explain that, wasn't it?
I think it's just, we know
pubs is always a good indicator of things.
And Emma tested them out.
Yeah, and what are you going to say, it's on the Manx Museum side or the Balcomine School side?
That just confused me.
Douglas Central goes quite a long way down. I mean, if it's outside of what we used to call the Woodburn Triangle, it just occurred to me. So, which is the Rosie, Woodburn, and the Bowler. for those who don't know.
The Woodburn Triangle.
The Rosemount Triangle, but it's a bit scarier. If you say.
It sounds like double-decker buses have been lost. And
The Isle of Man version of the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah. People have been lost in that triangle on a Friday night.
Well, that's not surprising.
Yeah.
That's not surprising. Speaking of losses, moving on to our next question from Twitter.
That was
a seamless segue, wasn't it? Absolutely seamless. Now, we've got people asking, which sitting candidates do we think are at the biggest risk? Like, which is going to be the bit? Do we think there's going to be any major upsets of sitting candidates that are going to lose seats?
I'm not sure there'll be upsets. I think we'll see change in Peel and Glenfaber, I would have thought. One, maybe two. Because there's a lot of strong feeling. One of the things you got there with Peel and Glenfaber and Ivory Castle and Maludo is they've put towns with what used to be parish constituencies. So you have got a bit of a mix. So you've got Tim Glover standing for Ivory, Castletown and Malute. And, you know, you've also got people based in Castletown standing. You think they used to have two different identities. So I'm not, with the two seats, I'm not sure how that's going to work. Are you going to vote for one who's Castletown and one who's not Castletown? Are you going to vote for one who's Glenfaber and vote for one who's in Peel? So I think there is... I think David Ashford will probably get it back in, but I'm not sure. I think he's had a tough year. Last year you'd have had him as a front runner, but I think he's had a hard time ever since his recycling of paper came along. It's been a bit tricky. I felt a bit sorry for him because you think of what he's been doing for the last year and a half.
He won what was it? An MBE. MBE in the New Year. So I mean, he
was really hard.
I mean, I think all of them have. It's been a very tricky situation, and I think since January and some certain other issues have been a mild unsticking for some.
Yeah.
Just on that, in terms of if maybe it's a tad unfair to ask before we get results tonight, and we'll all have our own little ideas about people. In terms of the time you've been covering Manx politics, which is the biggest upset you've seen, either you've been in the room for, or that the results come in and you've gone, what? They've thrown them out? What? You know.
I don't think ever you end up being that surprised. I think apart from anything else, it's one of those things you used to one you're not expecting. I think it might have even been a by-election when Phil Braidwood got in, and I think he defeated Phil Kermode, if I'm correct. It was in Douglas East, and he knew he was going to get in. He knew, but we were all a bit surprised by it because he wasn't one of the high-profile candidates for there. He was a sub-postmaster. You've got a sub-postmaster or a pharmacist. Always take them seriously. Who interacts with people on a daily basis? And who do people trust? Postmasters and pharmacists. Obviously, not so many sub-postmasters anymore, but still plenty of busy pharmacists.
Voters will trust a postman to deliver.
But you know, postman's not sub-postmaster, of course.
Plus,
do you know the name of your own postman, by the way?
No. But they are very good at doing that thing where they knock on your door and then put it through saying, sorry, we missed you, and legging it up the drive. Which, to be fair, a lot of candidates have been accused of on Twitter.
Ooh, yeah, no, we did. I've seen that firsthand. I have seen it firsthand. I shan't name names.
I don't mind it. I don't want to talk to them on a bit of stuff. It's like work, bringing your work home. Yeah. It's like, no, just put something in the letterbox, leave me to it.
Yes, well, we've got about time for one more question from you, Paul. Have you got a last question for Paul?
I was going to ask what's your ideal Sunday, but no, I suppose just in terms of let's throw the curse on them. Yeah. Who do you think is going to come out of this election as a potential chief minister?
I think Alf Cannon's probably the favourite. I like Alex Allison, but I like him actually as the education minister. I'm being selfish. I'd like him to, if he gets through, I'd like him to stay there because the Department of Education for years has had a bit of a nightmare, if we're honest. They've got a new regime at the top. They've got a minister who at least seems to be more willing to listen to people. I think the unions will make sure he does. So I'd like him to stay there. So I think I'm not sure if many of us... Again, a year ago, you might have thought David Ashford, but I don't think I think he needs a rest. If he gets back in, I think he needs a rest. And even if he's in combing, I think he shouldn't be helping us anymore. Should let somebody else take over just because change of face will help. I still think June Watson might see how the land lies if he gets back in. I think he won't be the first person to go from Speaker to Chief Minister. So it's possible. But it might be further down the line. I've heard rumours that people who aren't even MHKs yet, but I've also heard that they've said that's nonsense. We'll have to find out. I think you want a Chief Minister who has had some experience of being a minister, purely because, again, when you've got no party structure, you don't have to support network.
And you don't want them spending the first 18 months of
Find
being a
out how
chief
it works,
minister,
yeah.
find out where the toilets are.
Similarly, ideally, any minister should have a little bit of experience of being an MHK before they go into, because same thing, we want you to not be faffing around working out who you're sharing your office with, because they don't all get their own office, where the coffee machine is, how to talk to Sam when he rings you up at 7 o'clock in the morning, that kind of thing. You want them to know all that, to know how to deal with their constituents, because that's another thing. If you're not used to having constituents owning you, because they do, you know, they can ring you any time and you can't complain about it. So you're looking at somebody who's got ministerial experience, I think, ideally. Because last time, I think that's what possibly sung at Power Quail against Alf. So I think he's probably in the prime position. And then we'll see. Some people don't select people who they see as a rival. Some people do. But I think he'll probably keep some people close to him if it is him. But yeah, that normally puts a curse on it. You talk about who they're going to do, and then they just get beaten.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell, and we'll have to see if Alf makes it back in, first of all. Well, with that, it's all we've got time for from you. Yeah, if I put my teeth in, I might be able to say
Thanks,
this.
Paul. That's all we've got time
Thanks,
for.
Paul. You've been fantastic. A big round of applause for Paul, everybody. I'm sure his insight has been very useful to lots of people. Now, we are going to head to our second Paulie Award of the evening. What was this one, Sam?
Oh, I can't even remember. There were so many. Let's see what comes up.
Let's see what the number 2 Paulie Award leads to.
And now we move on to our second award of the evening.
I need a drink.
The worst press briefing moment. Now, we've all been used to the press briefings. We've had many months and months and months and months and months of sitting on Thursday afternoons as the government address us and tell us what they've come up with that day. So, Paul, I'm assuming there's many moments you could have picked from here.
There is, but I need to say something beforehand. What you don't see is our pictures. So only the ministers, see our video. So the public don't see it. I add mine in later. Mm-hmm. But when you ever see you doing it, how do you do it? Give us a frame.
Oh, so
frame it.
Where would we be? It's like this somewhere.
It's like you just see his eyes. And why'd you do that, Sam?
Well, it used to be because I'd sit and vape occasionally. But I've given up the vape these days. So
You've gone back to the real thing?
Yeah, I've gone back to tobacco. I'm living the healthy lifestyle. Don't smoke, kids. Stay in school.
So Sam has never been seen the bottom part, basically.
As far as like most of the government are aware, I don't actually have a chin, which is a lie because I've got 3 or 4. But
just make sure that shirt's not going to pop open.
My mum would never forgive me.
Hold it in. The Paulies, number 2.
So we have the worst press briefing moment. There could be many of these.
Yeah. I remember
You've had
that
many
one.
rows with the government over the past couple of years. You were cut off at one point.
Oh, and then I was also said, please don't interrupt the minister while they're speaking. I'm like, right. And basically, the quality, sometimes you talk and well, we've all had this. You can't quite hear what's going on. Sometimes we've all suffered from that.
But I think there's only really one moment that settles above the rest.
Okay.
If you want to open the envelope and
The worst press briefing moment ever in the current thing was... Yeah. And the winner is, you have a lovely smile, Paul. And can I add to that, because I did remember, that I got sent this. It's an anonymous thing. We use it when we're having the debate, which you were here earlier. Would you like to actually... It's embossed onto it.
It's very impressive.
It's incredible, isn't it?
You've got a lovely smile this afternoon, Paul. It's such a pleasure talking to you. Who said these magical, lovely words?
It came with 4 glasses, which also had pictures of my teeth on it, which is very creepy. That came off in the wash. But that sits there. So if you ever watch one of my weekend debates, and that jug's there, and you can't work out what it's saying, that's what it does.
So again, if we just have a little moment with the trophy.
Okay.
And if anybody from... if anyone from the press briefings fancies wandering by and picking this up, we'll they can see it over Zoom.
Lovely smile. Lovely smile. But so, do we give that actually to the person who said it?
I suppose we could, yes.
Well, Henry has to
Dr. Ute will get that in the post. We'll make sure it gets
please.
there.
I've seen it. By the way, I have to say, outside of all these things, we all get on really well. I've seen it at Doos and everybody else. And it's us doing our job. And people get kind of crazy that I'm a bit arsey, but that's just the way I speak. Like, I'm arsey now. I speak like this all the time. Nothing I can do about it. But, you know, as it says here, you know, to be consumed straight away, not worth maturing.
There's nothing mature about you, Paul.
Okay, that's number 2.
And I can 100% vouch for that because I know Paul, I get on very well with Paul, and, you know, I have a lot of respect for Paul, and he does just speak like that, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I mean, I quite often pop into a certain local coffee shop and have tea over a breakfast scone or something, or a bit of toast with Paul.
Oh, very nice.
In the mornings, and he does just sort of that. You get, you know, Paul's Paul, but I actually remember that moment in the press briefing.
I remember seeing it. I remember seeing it, and I've got a group chat with my friends, and as soon as it came up, we just mentioned it. Did she really just say that?
Yeah, it's a bit weird, because obviously, you know, it's like if, let's play role for a minute, if you're Howard and I'm Ashford and we're there with our ties on the left.
I've been given an upgrade.
So they can see us and we can see them,
Yep.
but all the public sees is Howard and Ashford.
Yeah.
So we're just watching this, and like all of our screens, we're all just there like, what? And it was a weird moment. It was, I mean, the press briefings have had many weird moments, but that was truly bizarre. And it was a really quite funny moment, because I think at the time Paul was on a bit of a roll, and Dr. Hewitt just absolutely destroyed his momentum with this wonderful little compliment. And the jug is weird, because halfway through the recording, I realised what it said. I was like, what is that? Oh, okay. Let's talk about that later.
Now, do you think it was a compliment?
I think it was a wonderful disarming move, and I think, yeah.
It was a very good move to quickly shift momentum, shall we say. You were part of the briefings on many occasions, and for you, what was a highlight, or one of them? What's a memory that sticks in your head about the briefings for you?
I think for me, to be honest, there was a lot of sad briefings, and there was some awful. I remember the first one when the Chief Minister announced the first death from COVID on the island, where the now former Governor, Sir Richard Gosley, came in, and that was really quite. It was a really sad moment, but we did have some wonderful moments. And I think for me, the one was when we announced we'd had it the day before. We were doing a bit of prep, and the Borders framework came out for where we were going, and that sort of felt like the first time we could say, right, we're getting through this. We're going somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And I think that was something that you could feel in the public. To be honest, you could see it on Twitter, you could see it on Facebook, and it was a great little moment for me personally, just to look and go, we're here at a moment of history, but also saying something positive for a change, and that was a nice little moment.
I was going to say, because the briefings became a part of our life for so long, because we had them daily.
Yes, and I know there'll be people who think that we love them, and the people who think politicians love them, and you know we have.
That is your favourite thing. You were just waiting for it each day. Going, here comes
literally,
4 o'clock.
I've had chats with Mr. Quayle, and Mr. Ashford, and Dr. Allinson, and Dr. Hewitt. We also say something. Absolutely hate them. Hate them, because you just have this constant thing of, like tonight, that you're going to trip up over something or you're going to make some mistake, and everyone's watching. But they've been a really important tool, and I think they've served people for what they needed to be.
Absolutely. I think it's during, especially the pandemic, especially from where you're kind of going, what's going on, what's the confusion, they were a very good way and great medium. So I think it's a big, hats off to the government and to all the teams like Greenlight and the ELS that were involved in creating them, to communicate with the Manx public. Speaking of the Manx public, this evening we are in the wonderful Loft 11, but we are above Henderson and Glass, which is having a bit of a viewing general election party on Jeff's behalf, I believe.
Yes, downstairs we've got hosted by Lorcan O'Mahony, your usual double act.
My usual repartee that usually stands there and upstages me, or I have to keep up with, because he's a fantastic performer. But I believe we are able to go to him right now to see what's going on downstairs.
Hello, Jeff. Reporting live from downstairs. We're in the official Jeff after party. Everyone here is going absolutely mad for the election. Well done, Jack. Well done, Sam. We're loving it. Well done, Paul. You can't shut these people up. They absolutely love democracy down here. It's absolutely fantastic scenes. Bar's loving it. These guys can't stop singing. Fingers are in the air. They just love democracy so much.
I mean, as ever, Lorcan bringing out the top professionalism that we expect from him.
We do have a question from him as well, though. It's about your jacket.
Yeah.
Do they make it in men's sizes?
Well, Lorcan O'Mahony, everybody. He's having a fantabulous time downstairs. They're all loving their time down there with their gigantic fingers.
Yeah.
I believe that was...
I was told I was not allowed to make any finger jokes all night.
I did. I just said they were beautiful, gigantic fingers.
Yeah, right. Anyway.
Moving on.
Yes,
We have another
swiftly.
predictor video, I believe.
Yes, we're going to go to Douglas Central, and you'll see in the video we went to our friends at the front porch for this, and they were really, it was bizarrely keen how, they were massively keen to throw darts at people. And we said to them it has to be pictures, and they went, oh, I suppose so, we'll still do it. So yes, we have the guys from the front porch predicting Douglas Central.
We love it when...
We literally have no idea what that score means. Who have we got? We've got... Anne's won the first one, definitely. And then we've got, what? One on Chris Thomas, two on Chris Thomas, two on Sarah Hackman. Yeah. So I think that's...
There's the third one there, Sarah.
There's a third one for Sarah. So Sarah Hackman and Anne Corlett are going to win Douglas Central.
And there we go, another predictor video, and... hopefully that predictor has more accuracy than those darts did.
Yeah, I don't think Graham Price has got much to fear from the guys at the front porch. They're a good sport, but they just weren't good at sport.
Yeah, but I mean, it was an interesting concept. So our predictor is predicting who for Central?
Anne Corlett and Sarah Hackman, so that's one new MHK, one returning MHK. Again, it's all female predictor on that one. So
all female predictor, yeah. No, there's lots of female, there's lots of female candidates coming through, which is very exciting.
It is, because let's face it, Tynwald needs a shake-up, and I think, as much as Paul hates the idea of people shaking up Tynwald, I think we need a better addressing of the gender
and
imbalance.
more representation of women in Tynwald.
Of all different sorts of people. I mean,
exactly.
Palesdale and Mail has been the look of co-men for the past, past 3.5 years since Kate Costain left. So it's, yeah, let's get more people in. It's different. Come on.
Exactly. Well, hopefully we'll be getting some results too soon. But first of all, we've got to move to my favourite part of the evening, and which includes the wonderful Mr. Jamie Lewis of Peggy's and Kiki's fame. Hi, babe. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm still standing, but my drink is nearly empty.
You are drinking very, very slow. Sam a little bit quicker, but you're poor
I know, which is shambolic, considering I used to work for you, and I
you did indeed. So I've got us a beer to start.
Okay, perfect, wonderful. Thanks very much. A bit of Hannah
bit of tropical beer. We got any Scottish candidates, or ingoing or outgoing?
Sam, you're the man for that.
Well, we had Bill Shimmons, who's just stepping down. President of Tynwald was a Scot. He's just gone as well.
Well, we've got some of Peggy's finest bubblegum Buckfast to raise a toast to the Scottish candidates for us.
Happy day. Jesus, we've got like another 2 hours of this to do. Can we not put him on later?
The brief was to get you pissed, no?
Okay. Why was this not shared with us?
Be careful now, because when you approach us, you will actually camouflage him with this couch.
That's right.
I was going to say he's wearing his camouflage one.
Thank you.
Oh, Jesus.
Right, no, okay. Right, well,
cheers.
Chin chin.
Chin chin.
Cheers. Okay.
That brings flashbacks. That's pure flashbacks of Peggy. The best way I ever heard Peggy's described was it was like going inside Jamie Lewis's brain. Would you feel that's an accurate representation?
Yeah,
Only around for a couple more weeks, isn't it?
Next week.
Next week?
2
next
weekends
week,
left,
weekends.
yeah. 2 weekends left. We've got Kiki's next door, which is like a little tropical tiki bar, rum, cocktails, fire, the whole shebang. But yeah, Peggy's is gone next weekend.
R.I.P.
Right.
But you're going to make us a special cocktail for this evening to keep us going, I believe.
Yes.
Called...
Just the prom.
It's just called the prom.
It's a riff on the Shag on the Prom, which is a really popular
it was
Peggy's drink.
very popular. I think I remember it's garnished with a condom.
That's right, yeah.
The issue with the Shag on the Prom drink I always found was the first shift
the condom was too big for you, Jack.
He's got jokes. He's got jokes. No, it was. Peggy's just looked like a swingers club at the end of the night.
Yeah.
It was just...
Do you know what? I've never seen such creativity. We get like balloon animals on a weekly basis, and it's like it's like so impressive what people can do with a Johnny.
You give people the opportunity.
It's going to take me all night to finish it, and
okay.
it may not get finished.
Should we move on to some political
Yeah, so
questions?
I've got another couple of drinks for you. I tried to come up with some political puns. I failed miserably. So the first one we've got is officially endorsed by the Right Honourable Claire Christian, who used to order these in lockdown. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I did it.
It's on there now.
So this is a porn star martini, which is a twist on a classic porn star martini, which is rum.
Very large crate.
I was just thinking that.
So this is rum, tropical juices, and it's topped with Prosecco. Oh, it's usually topped with Baby Sham, but we thought we'd jazz it up a little bit for you.
Mum, I know you're watching. I'm very sorry.
You're not driving home, are you?
No, I'm not driving. Don't worry. I've been very responsible. I have a lift this evening because I was pre-warned that Jamie would be here, and there's been many an occasion that
crawled home.
Yes, yeah. Jamie's tried to kill me with tequila on several occasions.
Do you know what? The fact that first event you did, we got another MHK very, very drunk, if you remember.
We did,
Yeah.
and that's actually it's one of
I'll let you tell that story.
I'm not going to name any names. He does. But no, he was very pleasant. He actually hung around with us for a lot of the evening and spent a lot of time to us talking about actually a lot of topics that were sort of relevant for you, weren't they?
I can't remember.
Well, I don't think we can.
I think I was matching him tequila for tequila, so it was.
Yeah, that was a thing. But I mean, an MHK of the people that wanted to get involved. I have to give him that. So, obviously, the last two years, you've had where Peggy's is based on the prom.
Yeah.
You've had the prom works and COVID to deal with.
You didn't warn me about this one. Yeah.
Yeah. How's that been?
Am I allowed to swear? What's the watershed?
I don't know. I'm going to ask the producers. Are you allowed to swear?
Yeah. I heard the producer say, "Yeah, fuck it." So,
hang on. We're after the watershed. It's fine. Crack on.
This is meant to be a sharer, so you can share it about if you want, but you've got one each. So.
Me and Sam will take one, and
we'll get one to the producers.
We'll give one to the producers. They need it. They're working hard up there.
Kate loves a prosecco, doesn't she? So.
Kate will devour a prosecco.
It should have a sparkler in it, but we decided to take it out because we don't know if it'll set the alarm.
The last thing we want to do is have to suddenly rush out of our beautiful studio or cause any damage.
Right, be careful because it spills.
Oh, God. Right, you ready, Sam?
He's taking this.
Yeah.
One.
You grab a corner.
Thank you.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lethal, but it's lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
How much alcohol is in this?
I asked the producers what Sam's taste was, and they just sent me basic bitch. So you know,
They're not wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
does that
you
tick the
can't-
box?
Regardless of what your flavour is, you can never go wrong with basic bitch.
No, absolutely not.
It's a good flavour.
You asked me about the prom. It's been really tough. It's a bit of a double whammy. I'm not here for heartstrings. No, nobody is. But Mr. Baker's head rolling is probably all the compensation I need. To be honest, this.
Oh, it's a good thing you didn't have a vote up in Aaron Michael, isn't it?
Not like actually rolling, like.
Well, politically rolling.
Politically speaking,
rolling.
yeah. Does that sum it up, or do you?
No, that sums it up. But okay. Which has been so. You've had COVID to deal with as well.
Yes.
That's been a bit of a stretch on the business. Which how's that been dealing with that?
Yeah, not great. I don't even know what to say.
but you had a lot of. I mean, you had some really big bonuses of last year as well, because we came out of the lockdown.
Yeah,
we had no COVID, and we were one of the only places that could do that. Did you notice that uplift?
What I probably would say is it's been really nice to see the people that could be arsed adapting and the people that not. I think it's been really, really nice to see people getting out there, trying something new, trying to stay afloat, trying to keep things going, and trying to keep things exciting for people at home. That's what we try to do. It's what I love.
You diversified massively during lockdown.
Yeah, we did. I think the first ones we just did like pre-order only deliveries. The last one, I can't remember, lockdown 3.
I don't think anyone remembers lockdown 3. It all just blended into one.
We just
It's the same week as Cheltenham, so it was a bit of a blur.
we figured that like everyone had enough, so we did like live orders on the weekend. We thought we'll try it one week, and it was crazy. We did all right, and we had for me it was just about getting the staff out of the house, getting them doing something. They'd had however long stuck inside, and for me it was just trying to keep our kind of spirit and our ethos going throughout that, and keep the guys busy, and we did all right.
I was going to say you seem to have kept, because I think that's one thing that's been noticed in the UK hugely as well, is the hospitality staff have seemed to be the ones that have been hit the most, because it's. I mean, I suppose we consider catering and nightclubs and nightlife a luxury to our lifestyles, as it were. Yeah. But so a lot of staff have lost out from it. I know personally from sort of my family as well. They've lost in the UK, based in the UK. They've lost out.
And to be honest, I think that's the tough thing that's still to come. Like I have never in my time seen so many job adverts out all at once. It's a combination of everything. It's a combination, sorry to bring the B word and the C word out, but it's a combination of Brexit. It's a combination of COVID. People that were working in hospitality that lost their jobs throughout the lockdowns have gone and got other jobs. So we've got to wait for this new wave.
Like Fatima.
Yeah. This new wave of people to come back through. And it's starting to pick up. We've got a good wave of like 16, 17-year-olds with us at the minute that are doing glass washing that are going to stick on. But I feel like we've just missed this little gap of people that it will come back. It's just tough right now.
Because I feel that's a rite of passage for any person, is to do catering or bar work.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
It shows you the real world of dealing with people, isn't it?
Well,
it's the first place you sit.
At risk of becoming any more like Radio 4.
So
Let's just move on.
We've got cocktails. How can we be like Radio 4?
They have cocktails.
Do
I
they?
think Nick Robinson's hitting the cocktails 6:30 every
think
morning.
Radio 4 has changed.
Allegedly.
The one thing I just wanted to touch on, I think, is my main. It's not really a criticism. The one thing I probably wanted to say is that I feel like the thing that's missed with hospitality is that what it adds to quality of life and what it adds to like youth retention and people staying here on the island. I think without these spaces, there's ministers or candidates. I won't actually name them because I can't remember their names. I'll just try to wash them out. That someone famously said recently, you're probably going to tell me exactly who it is, Sam, that it doesn't matter if somewhere closes because somewhere else is going to pop back up and take that place. And that couldn't be further from the truth. These people put a hell of a lot of passion, as hospitality owners, put a hell of a lot of passion and dedication into what they do to bring that community together. So I think that for me is the sour point of hearing things like that when you try so hard.
It is, and I've got to agree with you, because it becomes, especially because it's such unsociable hours. You're working when everybody else is out. You're helping people when they're out on a night out or Friday night. So your social time is very much the people that you work with. You become like a family. And I remember when we were working together, it was a case of, it was always a treat at the end of the night sort of thing. And it was very family. We'd get on well. It's like, as you do in the theatre industry, when working backstage, you create a family. It's because you're entertaining other people, and it's unsocial because you can't leave and go, right, let's go enjoy somewhere else, because you were that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
and it, as you say, it's a very poignant, because one of the biggest things that I think has come up in this election is how can we get young people to stay on the Isle of Man? Yeah. How can we get young people to stay here? And like, you've been away, you've come back, and you have this vision of Peggy's and Kiki's that you've been building to bring a refreshment to the nightlife, same with a lot of other nightlife clubs as well. And that's, one of the biggest, I think there was another news outlet on the Isle of Man, shall we say, was asking questions of young people. There are others, unfortunately, Sam. Get out of your bubble. But they were asking them questions about what they wanted, and they wanted more from nightlife. And, as you say, it's not topical for an MHK to turn around and say, it was like, well, one disappears, when's the next one going to turn, another one will turn up. It's not about that. It's about supporting a lot of it. And I think what you do is, that's what adds flavour to life over here, is like having these things to do.
You both look worried. You've not drank that yet, have you?
No. I mean, to be honest, we're probably going to be nursing these all evening. We've got another
cucumbers coming out. This is not going to go well.
Cucumber. It's one of your 5 a day, Sam. It's good for you.
I've already had them. I had the Mowam box earlier. Just what I've got yet. In terms of after the election, obviously we'll have a chief minister.
It's going to be this.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'll be honest. This is like
great, to be honest.
I was going to say, who do you think is going to be? Right, okay, there you go.
No,
Who do you think is up for? Who would you like to see as the next chief minister? We've got to stay unbiased. You can say what the hell you want.
I do like Alf, to be honest. Like, he's a nice chap. Likes to drink. Very supportive of the hospitality sector. No.
What cocktail do you think he'd be?
That's really tough.
How much is left in that?
I don't know.
I mean, that's still half full. We've got another hour and a half to do here. Jesus.
No. Alf, I do like Claire. Her and Alf gave me the highlight of the year in Tynwald. They had a little to-do, didn't they?
Oh,
and
they did. It was brilliant.
thoroughly enjoyed that. That was full on like EastEnders.
As someone who sees politics as theatre, it was brilliant.
Yeah, it was great. So I enjoyed that a lot.
I think theatre and politics.
Yes.
You say my name?
No, I think I'd have to say Alf. I think. And his drink would just be a shot of tequila. Simple guy, just take it easy, do it out your body shot out someone's belly button. That's the vibe, I think.
So, Jamie, any last comments from you that what you would like to see from the election? What your hopes are for the next 5 years?
World peace.
Also, how's that cocktail coming on that you started, the themed one for tonight?
Do you know what? I've put some bits in, I've taken some bits out, I've swapped the glass around, the workmen have changed. Right. My tools keep breaking. You're gonna have to come back to me on it, I think.
Right, okay, that's fine. We'll check in with you later on it.
Check in later on.
Yeah, but any last comments for us regarding?
Yeah, just let me finish this drink. Hang on.
Oh shit! Jesus! God!
It's under pressure.
Free, mate. We'll come back to him. Now, we'll let him finish his drinks first. Now, if any of you have been on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, Jeff's channel, you may have seen my face more than usual, than just jumping round making a fool of myself.
No, you were doing that as well.
More than usual.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just kind of a constant, really, isn't it?
Yeah. But anyway,
Jeff approached me with an idea, and I said yes. And it's a bit of a theme song, isn't it?
Yes, well, we thought every political campaign has a song. You had Bill Clinton with Don't Stop, you had Tony Blair with Things Can Only Get Better.
I never thought I'd be said in the same breath as Bill Clinton.
Look how they worked out, So
she's going to be worried. Cool.
So we took a Billy Joel song, and we got you. We've a bit of play around with the lyrics. Want you to sing it. You've recorded it. You're a bit of a borderline Dennis Waterman for the older viewers. You've wrote the theme tune. You've sung the theme tune.
I don't know if that's a compliment or a.
Well, you're wearing his clothes. So anyway, this is Jeff Didn't Start the Fire.
Hector Duff, Red Panda named Kush, Little Miss Dynamite, climate change is here. Rachel Glover, grandstand, government had no plan. Manx care, COVID scare, is Elon moving here? Saddle low-key potholes, prom work still on hold. Schools closed, schools open, kids lose their education. Manx forums, Manx beat, Island gets a new chief. Liverpool is terminal, civil servants think they rule.
Jeff didn't start the fire, it was always burning since the world was turning. Jeff didn't start the fire, no we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it.
Aaron Banks, Brexit, who's gonna fix it? Castle Mona, awkward Bona had to close the rock. Underground roundabout, Guernsey for a day out. Gay rights apology, medicinal bush. Steam packet new boat, come on Manxies, use your boat. Bat jets, prom works, FC Isle of Man. Manx pride, pro-choice, make sure you use your voice. Manx cats got some sass, trouble with the sewage.
am I.
Now we're saying goodbye. Kipper, smell, backs, hubs. Least we got to go. The pubs, Manx, Knobs, Castro. CEOs got to go. Jet ski, Romeo. Ladies and Lego. John Smith and Psycho. TG is a no-show.
Didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning. Jeff didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it.
MUA waiting lists, traffic lights won't be missed. Bus lane, cycle lane, bay is full of shit again. Planes from Arabia, borders open mania. Forest, FOMO, state-owned radio. BG, statuettes, Max, politician sex. NSC has no slides. Are we gonna let it ride?
Didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning. Jeff didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it.
PAC, Newcomen, Dr. Glover back again. DFE, horse trams, Lettergate, Manx clamp. Flyby is no longer fine. We've got no airline. Tax breaks offshore. Biden wants to change the law. Laxi wheel, will it turn? How much cash will it burn? Pension debts, tailors, pets, AIDS, crack, private jets. Panorama on the shore. Paradise is no more. Anti-vaxxers, online wars. I can't take it anymore.
Didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning. Jeff didn't start the fire. But when we are gone, it will still burn on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Jeff didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world was turning. Jeff didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to
Jack,
Yep.
how many public landmarks, and I do include your mum's living room in this, are you not now banned from?
None of them.
Oh, that's
My
good.
mum has turned round and said, no, not anymore.
Good, and the whole thing of filming in the Phoenix house at the wildlife park?
The
No, the Phoenix, it was called Phoenix. What's it called? The Lima.
The Lima. Well, the thing was, we had. So you came up with the concept, and I thought, right, the idea was brought up. We had grand designs, and it was kind of like, as things do, we get trimmed back sometimes. And it was a case of going, right, we still want to do this. So I said, right, leave it to me. I did a video for a good friend of mine's 21st birthday earlier in the year, which I did a green screen video for because we were in lockdown. So I thought, I could do it like that. That could work. And so I recorded the audio, and then I thought, I'll go out and film some stuff. And I was like, I mean, Kush is a massive thing of the last 5 years, isn't he? So I thought, we need to go down and see if we can get a shot of Kush. Much to my partner's dismay, I was just like, I'll just go up and ask. You know, if you turn up and you just kind of go, the worst thing they're going to do is say no.
True.
So I just turned up and I said, look, I'm doing a video for Jeff the Mongoose. It's for the election. Do you mind if I go sing in front of the Red Panda enclosure and just around the park in some places, because it'd be a topical place? And they were like, absolutely, can't really say no to that. So hence as a thank you. So thank you very much to the wildlife park for letting us in and letting us let me dance around. And we thought, oh, we'll go around to a couple of places. Unfortunately, when we walked into the Lima house, they were in there feeding. The lemur had no idea what I was doing and was very confused. I was like, excuse me, can you leave me alone to eat me carrots? Same with the penguins. They were more interested in their own butts than me, but I can't really blame them. So I got caught out as well with the Bee Gees statue. I went on the Sunday...
Was it not the Bee Gees?
No, it's still the Bee Gees.
To be fair, you did well to find out on a day it didn't have cones on it.
I was half tempted. They're there, prepped at the side now.
That's nice. That's helpful.
Yeah, they put them there just in case. Well, it's going to happen anyway. So it all just kind of fell together. But whilst I was dancing in front of the Bee Gees statue, I had a colleague of mine, an electrician, who called me and said, "Was that you I just saw dancing in front of the Bee Gees statue?" And I was like, "Yeah, it was." So, but it seems to have been received nicely. Has been released and received nicely, and MHKs have shared it as well. But we do have some breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Some breaking news from Douglas South. We have a turnout of 46.95%. 46.95%. So that is...
It's about, I think, off the top end, it's about 9% up, maybe higher than that on the was about 40% in the by-election, I'm now told, so it's gone up on the by-election from last time. Again, it's not a result, but we've got something.
I was going to say
so.
something.
Yeah, 46.95%.
That means they know how many votes they've got now.
Yes, they do. But it's I do believe that is lower than 26. I don't know how much by, but I think it is definitely low. It's the worrying trend of politics, below 50%. You'd like to see more, but it's not a bad turnout given.
I mean, we're nearly at 50%. I think the downside is we've obviously seen, as we mentioned before, the worry with this election is, have people been disillusioned because of the pandemic and COVID and found this election a bit dull? And it raises a question, is like, how do we get more people involved in politics to get, we want over 50%.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, they've just told me in my ear now, because I'm spoiling the magic and breaking the fourth wall. It's
oh, how dare you!
I know.
How dare you, sir! There's nobody else around here. It's just us.
It's about 1,000 votes down on last time, so we're told. So it's not a great. That's not a great look, to be honest.
But could they not get to the polling stations because of the prom?
Well, no. It's probably Poole Rose Bridge, which has done them in.
Right.
There'll be people still sat on the Quarter Bridge trying to get into Poole Rose to go vote.
Either that or get into McDonald's.
Well, yeah, I mean, the two queues do merge.
Yeah, they merge at one point.
They should have really put polling stations in McDonald's.
That would have been perfect. They could have done it on your way through, drop your voting, get your Big Mac and sorted.
Yeah, it would have been fantastic. There you
well,
go.
We
should be in charge of the next election.
Exactly. That's it. Can we put us forward for electoral, the people that organise it? Because that makes sense. Okay, moving on.
I think we should.
Yeah, I think we should. Jamie has been sorting out some beautiful cocktails for us this evening. We're still working on this one as well. We have this beautiful pineapple shape. What's this one?
Yeah.
So this at Kiki's is called Kiss Tonight Baby, I Want to Get Tiki With You. I haven't got a politics pun, I'm sorry, like politiki with you.
I'm glad you didn't, to be honest, because that would have sounded awful. But this...
That is lethal.
That's a good
one.
one.
That's lovely.
That's dangerous. That's very nice.
The prom one's coming along. I've put some new ice in. I might take it out. I'm not that happy with it. I might only finish it halfway as well.
I see you've got some cracking there. You're going to have to come back and replace that as we go along.
I was going to say, it started melting as well.
The ice has started melting, so we're going to have to swap it. But, just take my time.
You tried your best.
You can't rush perfection.
Could you not have got a better ice cube that would have lasted a bit better?
That's the magic question, that, isn't it, Jack?
I suppose. But, you've given us, enough alcohol to put a bull to sleep. But all we can do is thank you very much for coming to us tonight, Jamie. Thank you so much for coming to make us drinks. Thank you so much for talking to us about your perspective. With Peggy's and Kiki's, and all the best. So big thank you from our studio here for Mr. Jamie Lunis, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. What a guy. Woo! And he disappeared with the couch. Now, as you can tell, we've got a wonderful surrounding, we've got a wonderful studio this evening. And this is all courtesy, we are actually in Loft 11, which is actually a beautiful apartment which you yourself can hire for a weekend, for an evening, to come spend with your loved ones. So we've got a little bit of an advert to show you our beautiful surroundings now. So Loft 11, ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, it looks a little bit different in the daytime. We've adjusted it. We've got lots of crew and camera stuff in place at the moment. But it's a beautiful place. They've worked very hard on it. Big thanks to Zoe and Gemma for letting us use tonight as our Gef election headquarters. As you can agree, it looks absolutely stunning. So if you search Loft 11 online on Facebook as well, you'll be able to find it. You'll be able to book yourself a stay. Now, moving on, we haven't had any results yet, Sam.
No, we haven't.
I'm getting antsy. I want results.
Well, you've got to be...
I want results!
You've got to be patient. When you watch Strictly, you've got to wait till Sunday night to behave yourself.
Right, all right, okay, fair.
So...
You caught yourself out with that one, didn't you?
I did.
You did. You thought it was very good. I'll give you that one.
It's the professionalism of the cameraman giggling. But, no, it's... so obviously we haven't got any results yet. We'll get some hopefully in the next hour or so. But, I mean, this is to be expected, to be honest. You know, I mean, to be fair, we've got a turnout from somewhere, so that's good.
I was going to say, that means they've started to... They know how many people they've had come through the door. So
yes.
Now they're just totting up who's who and...
Yeah, and I expect, to be honest, once you get one, you'll get several in a quick rush.
I was going to say, I think we're going to reach a certain point in the evening, at which point we're going to start... It's going to get a bit hectic for us.
I hope so.
And, well, we'll soon find out. Well, speaking of which, I think it's about time that we moved on to our predictor videos. Now, next up, we've got Douglas East. We've got... How many candidates have we got in Douglas East?
Oh, is it 7? I should know this.
You should know this. You're the political correspondent.
It's the Magnificent 7.
The Magnificent 7.
And we thought for Douglas's, we were trying to think for a while. We were like, what can you do with 7? We could do a marble race. We could do a variety of different things, to be honest, we considered. At one point, we actually considered getting like toy soldiers with parachutes and dropping them off something. But we thought that was ridiculous.
The tallest thing you'll get is probably that, the Chester Street Bridge.
The tallest thing in Douglas East is Michael Joseph. So we had to think of something else. And we decided that when it comes to seeing into the future, there's only one person you can ever truly rely on, and that is Jeff's very own Mystic Chess.
Well, let's go over to her to see what she had to say about Douglas East.
Hi, and welcome to Mystic Chess's tarot readings with me, Mystic Chess. Today we have 7 fools in front of me, each of which will be standing in Douglas East. Using the power of the stars, I will be predicting who will be our new MHKs. Just bear with. I am mystically shuffling the cards. Never got a job at the casino. Okay, I think that's mystic enough. So, our first MHK is Michael Joseph. And our second MHK is Joni Farragher. Hope everyone's happy.
So there we have it, Michael Joseph, and I didn't catch the second.
Joni Farragher,
Joni
leader of
Farragher,
the
yes.
Manx Labour Party. So that's a party politics special there, actually, because you're getting the Lib Van candidate, you're getting the Manx Labour Party candidate. Mystic Chess has seen right in the stars.
How accurate do you think we're going to be?
Well, I mean, as Paul said earlier, exit polls can only ever be so accurate, and so far Mystic Chess has predicted all of my weekly star signs brilliantly. But we've just got it in the air, actually. We've got another...
More breaking news.
Breaking news, another turnout for Onken, which is 45.05%. So that's...
45%. So again, we're just...
That's lower than Douglas South.
It's down 4.15% on 2016.
Yeah, it's not a good turnout. Admittedly,
Which is a shame, really. It's. I mean, I think it's a big thing that we probably need to look at doing. It's one reason why Gef wanted to do this show this year, why they'd been trying so much to try and engage people with the election more.
Yeah, I just realised if you take the U out of turnout, you get Turton. If you turn it around a little bit. So
it's not all about you, Sam.
It's Onken. It's my home place. So anyway, I'm just thinking of manifesto posters for 2020.
Oh, perfect. I think we'll have more of a turnout if you're running for it.
Hopefully. But anyway, it's not a great turnout, admittedly. Onken's, to be fair, Onken's husting meetings weren't well attended either. It was a bit of a weird one because typically they're held in the centre of the village and you get this fantastic turnout. The government organise them and put them up at Bemhague School, which is well out the centre of the village. You got to walk up the hill, and there's a lot of people who won't do that, and 45.05. That is a poor turnout, if I'm honest.
I feel like some people, though, as well, some people feel like the hustings might be a little outdated.
Yeah, I get that. I do get that. My only general feeling is that it's a level playing field and gives everybody the opportunity to hear from the candidates. But they probably are outdated. There probably are better ways of doing it. I mean, I think what we've done, as we've seen from a number of our videos, we've got very good viewer figures. People perhaps didn't want to go. But I also think you can't rule COVID out in this election. There's a lot of people didn't want to spend their night in a cramped hall.
Yeah.
So I think that's something else to look at. But just before you got a Twitter question from me, I believe.
I do have a quick Twitter question. You know you've got a Twitter question because you've got the exact same voice in your ear that I have.
Yeah, but I only half heard it.
Okay. Well, the question is: do you think we should be having online voting?
No.
Why?
I don't trust the Manx government to get it right.
Okay, moving on. We're going to go straight on to our next predictor video, which is for Douglas North. So let's find out what was written in the stars or what was duck thrown in a river for Douglas North.
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
So apparently, three candidates took themselves out of the race and were just like, I don't want to be an MHK, and only one person was like, yeah, I'll take the job.
Yeah.
Who was that?
I think it was David Ashford. I can't quite
David
remember.
Ashford. Well, I mean,
see from here.
apparently only Sam is the only person that knows this, apparently.
I think it was David Ashford and John Wonderberg actually won that. Ralph Peake looked like he was going to then verge off to the right at the last second and threw himself off the table.
And then that could be happening in a polling station somewhere in Douglas right now.
I mean, if he is jumping off a table and leaping through the sky like that...
He's probably in, if he's doing that.
You'd hope so, because otherwise the returning officer's going to have something to say about it.
Well, there's that. But, I mean, the accuracy of which these predictor videos are going to have, I mean, I'm intrigued to find out what's going to happen, but we don't have any results for you as of yet. Now, I mean, one of the big things is Douglas is split into so many different areas, and I think a lot of the issues that come up, I mean, it's one of the things that got brought up in Ayr and Michael is getting away from Douglas-centric politics, because it always seems to be what's happening in Douglas, what's going on in Douglas, what's happening there, and that was one of a couple of the candidates' points up in Ayr and Michael was a case of going, well, we need to concentrate on these things going on here.
Yes.
But a lot happens in Douglas.
It does, and Douglas, of course, you have to think of that in the round. Of course, you can't just look at Douglas as saying it's the prom, it's this, that, and the other. Douglas, of course, has its own areas and its own distinct issues. Douglas South, for example, is currently dealing with Poor Rose Bridge being replaced, and the issues that's led to their bus services, and they've got a medical centre potentially closing them. Hopefully not. It's all a bit up in the air about what's going on there with GPs. So you can't just put Douglas as a whole and say that's the Douglas issue. It's a Douglas South issue. Douglas North has its own issues. Central has its own issues. And, it's just... You can't take anything for granted in this game. And equally, you can't assume everything's a Douglas issue because it happens in Douglas. Equally, not everything that happens in Douglas is a national issue. But for people who are fed up of hearing about Douglas...
Sorry.
We have a predictive video for Douglas South. Of course, we had the turnout earlier, which is 46.95%. So let's see what we're predicting will be the result later on tonight.
I can't wait to see this one. So let's move to the Douglas South predictor video.
That was a rejected ballot.
It was.
We hit 4.
I was saying we hit 4.
Yes, and then we have it in Douglas South. We're predicting Paul Kwan and Sarah Maltby, another candidate for Manx Labour Party there we're saying is going to get in today. Paul Kwan, a returning candidate. He was former captain.
So one existing, one new.
Yes, that's a good way.
That seems to be the overriding... Sorry, I've just got my cocktail in my hand.
So you want your hand?
It's very nice. My cocktail.
Right, sorry.
Right, listen, open your ears. Right. So we've got... there seems to be a trend that I've kind of noticed with from people that I've spoken to, that it seems to be in each constituency, there seems to be one sitting candidate that seems to be a favourite, and then one candidate that seems to be possibly losing their seat.
It seems like a very Manx reaction to things, doesn't it? We like a little bit of change. I don't know. I mean, it's the way we're predicting things are going.
But with our very accurate and thought-out predictions.
To be fair, that was very accurate. You could actually say it was pinpoint accuracy. Well,
Because an axe is known for its pinpoint accuracy.
Well, yeah, if you hit it.
I mean, first of all, we've got to say, Mad Jax?
Mad Jax, it wasn't it, Mad Jax?
Big thank you to Mad Jax to letting us come down there, letting them come down there and throw it in. Oh, now this is a bit of a controversial question. I'll ask you this one, Sam.
Yeah.
And then it just lays in your lap. Sam, what do you think about other media outlets' coverage of the election?
I think when you compare the resources that Gef has to various other media organisations, we have put a lot of our time into this and moved away from other areas of news which we could have covered. And I think that's a decision that we've made. I think others have decided not to push the election as strongly as they could have done. I think they don't necessarily haven't engaged with hustings, for example. They haven't necessarily presented their format in the most graphically engaging manner. I mean, there was an example which you wouldn't really have to name, but you can probably imagine, which was a large pull-out with several pages of just straight information and a few candidates. I just felt that could have been... There's different ways to present it. And this is where the whole team at Gef comes in, because, of course, people see me and they see Emma, and this isn't it. This is, we've got Amber, we've got Ben, we had Jamie, who... They've done all this wonderful... And Kate, of course, and these guys here. And everyone has come into this to present this format of what we hope is an engaging manner. And I don't want to talk about everything else. I want to talk about what we've done, which I think is a really fantastic job, which has been based around how...
Well done, Gef team and Gear Industries. I've got to give a shout out as well to our lovely camera crew and streaming crew. All this has been so seamlessly done and lit and everything by the guys at Gear Industries, which have been doing a fantastic job all night. They've made this as seamless as possible. So a big thank you to those guys. Oh, that's... Sam, you'll know what that means, apparently.
Yes, so a Portillo moment. If you go back to 19...
Well, hang on, let me say the question, because they haven't heard that.
Yes, I was going to explain what the concept is, and then explain what the question was.
Will we have a Portillo moment during this election?
A Portillo moment is when he comes to the Isle of Man and gets interviewed by Lawrence Skelly for the TV and then goes on a steam train. Well, it is these days, anyway. He was over recently. Portillo moment is going back to 1997 when Tony Blair's new Labour Party swept the board and won a massive majority. And the thing was, were you up for Portillo? He was somebody who was a senior cabinet minister, Michael Portillo, and it became this sort of moment of the end of Conservative rule. And it happened early in the morning. Were you up for Portillo? Were you up for it? Did you see it? It was this moment of history where somebody who was a leading figure in British politics lost their seat. And there's been a few since then, but they've never really had the same impact. They haven't had the same personality. This is somebody who was thought of as a future Conservative leader, a potential Prime Minister at one point. And he lost to, in the top of my head, it was Stephen Twigg, and I've probably got that wrong, who he lost a seat to. Will the Isle of Man see that moment? I think the only way you'll see that moment is if one of the ministers who have been most publicly facing during COVID, by which I mean Alf Cannon, Dr. Alex Allinson and David Ashford, they are the only three Portillo moments you will see tonight, because they are, for want of a better word, the more senior and public-facing roles as the front of government in our health, our education and our treasury, and I think that's the only opportunity you've got. And personally, I don't see it happening, but you never know. The voters of Ramsey, Aaron Michael, Douglas North could have decided they've had enough, they want something different.
Well, we'll have to wait and see about that. Now, moving on to... I mean, it all falls under the umbrella of how candidates sort of approach the electorate. Mm-hmm. And I think that falls under... So what do you think of candidates approaching people door to door compared to approaching them on social media? So
I think during COVID, obviously people were encouraged to stay away from each other. And I think there is still a portion of our population who, for very, very, very genuine reasons, are still a bit uncomfortable about going to the public. They're still a bit uncomfortable about going to shops. They're uncomfortable about people coming to the door and standing there and talking to them for 10 minutes. But equally, I think people want to see... It's this weird thing of people who don't want people to knock on their doors, but equally they want people to be seen to be doing it. It's the paradox of the Manx public. But interestingly online, this is why I think you'll see Duncan Livingston, I believe, out in Aaron Michael, has gone down an interesting route. He did not publish a manifesto. And I know others may have done this, but apologies if I haven't recognised you for doing this. He's one that I know didn't do it because I've seen it, where he published a manifesto online and said, if you want to read it, it's here. If you want me to come around and talk to you, if you want to ring me, whatever. I know Kieran Hanrahan didn't go door to door. He did it a lot of base from a central base and said, come to see me or ring me, I'll come see you. So I think what we're perhaps seeing is a change in Manx politics towards social media. Whether that is a permanent change, again, in the same way I don't know if hustings have had their day, because it's a different election to anything we've seen. And I think there'll be an interesting thing here of how people react to those who haven't gone door to door, who haven't hand-delivered a manifesto through the door, who haven't necessarily done what we'd see as traditional, I'd call it New Hampshire politics in America. If you're going to stand in America for president, you have to go to New Hampshire. You have to do well, and you have to press the flesh.
Yeah.
Meet people on the street, and I think it'll be interesting to see how those candidates who didn't do that this time will play out in tonight's results.
I completely agree, and I think as well, it's a generational change as well, because there's people like in a millennial generation or a Gen Z generation that don't want to speak to people face to face in regards. Here's a case of going, I don't want you on my front door, please leave me alone. And also manifestos, I get a manifesto through the door, I see a whole load of writing, I don't engage with that. That's not something that I do personally. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes and whether that engagement, whether candidates take that as a different engagement on the next election. But anyway, it's about time we got back to our fabulous Paulie Awards, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I think, is this Paulie Award number 3? Am I right with 3?
It is the 3. It's one of my favourite awards, and I'm not going to spoil the surprise, actually.
I was going to say, let's not even say what this Paulie Award is, because you can cover it in the video and you don't have to deal with the live embarrassment. Ladies and gentlemen, please just enjoy Paulie Award number 3.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back.
So it's our 3rd award of the evening. Sexiest politician. This is a bit of... Yeah.
Yeah, just wait for my explanation.
So, there are many candidates for this. There's literally 33 of them. Maybe. I can't quite remember how many people are in Let's Go at the minute. I think it's 30.
You really put me on the spot when I saw that one, because if I gave it to just a lovely looking lady, or a lovely man even, it would be, it's a bit sexist, and and I'll get a lot of harassment for picking on somebody. So that's what you want me to do, though, right? Pick somebody.
Yeah, Paul picked this one himself.
By the way, where'd you get hold of this? They haven't seen one of these for years. They're great. Retro. Okay. Okay. And let me go close up because I might get used to this. The winner is Alf Cannon. Now, I do not love Alf Cannon. Let's get that one quite clear. Very good looking man, though, I'd say, for his age. Can I explain why I picked him?
I think you might have to.
Yeah. And for everybody else that's now going, you didn't pick me. The twist to this is I said to you, the camera loves him. Because when he does an interview, I think you might agree, he looks right at you. He does. He goes, the world is flat. You were going, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Because he talks to you very directly. Do you find that?
No, I think this is just your own issues which you need to resolve.
I've got a crush on Alf.
I think you and Alf should go out for dinner one night. You can hand him over his own Paulie Award.
Hang on.
You can hand him over his own Paulie Award, and you can discuss these issues that you clearly have around each other.
Okay. We have been friends for a long time, and we went on a stag do to Amsterdam, and what happened in Amsterdam stays in Amsterdam. Okay, that sounds really bad now, doesn't it? That sounds even worse than I thought.
Let's move on with the evening's awards.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The sexiest politician. That was... I mean... Would you have voted for Alf? As sexiest politician? Not as an MHK, but as sexiest
I don't know how to phrase this, because I can't just say I'd pick a female politician, because then you ask me who, and I can't say I'd pick a male politician, because then my mum's going to ask me who.
I see what Paul is saying about Alf. I do get it.
I do get it. The camera does like Alf. He does have a. He
was quite powerful during his speeches during the COVID pandemic. But yeah, I mean, we can see it, and we hope Alf picks his ward up. Does he got to go to Paul's house to pick it up, or?
No, he specifically said he wants to meet Paul in as public a place as possible.
Oh, okay, perfect.
That'll be fine. They're going to meet and have dinner, and it'll be fine.
Oh, dinner as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, lovely.
On Paul. We're not paying.
Yeah, no, it's that dinner will not be covered by HF. Now, have we? I'm wondering if we've got any results in yet. We haven't had any results in yet. I don't think, have we?
We have no results yet.
No results yet. But we're at 10 o'clock, so we're expecting. Hopefully, we should get the first result through thick and fast in the next half an hour. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, next up, we've got another predictor video for Glenn Faber and Peel. What went on here?
Oh, Glenn Faber and Peel, where to start? So this is an interesting constituency, and we thought there were many ways you can cover this, but we decided the best way to do it is what we've called baby bingo.
Baby bingo.
Baby bingo.
So basically, you got a baby to pick who's going to be MHK.
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't need much more explanation than that. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a predictor video for Glenn Faber and Peel.
Here are the candidates. Here we have Ari Wilson for a game of Baby Bingo to predict who's going to win the 2 seats in Glen Faber and Peel.
Okay, he's already chose one there. He chose this one there.
That one's, yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Ray Harmer. Okay, who's next?
That one, okay. Choosing this one off. Michael Lee.
Michael Lee, okay. Thanks, Ari.
Bye.
Bye.
So our predictor video again there, Sam. Again, that was Ray Harmer, who's a sitting MHK, and Leo Cushions, which isn't?
Yep.
So we're staying on...
That wasn't Leo.
Which one was it?
That was Michael Lee.
Oh, it was Michael Lee.
Mikey Lee and Ray Harmer, yes. However, you were right. They are one of the new, one of the old, not the old, but returning. And yes... So, obviously, with this, we've got Ari, who did a fantastic job picking candidates. But in terms of Glen Faber and Peel, it's an interesting area because it's a town with Peel, or city. I don't want to start that again.
I was going to say, let's not get into the town.
It's a very country area. And then you've got Foxdale in there as well. And it's a really diverse constituency. So, what may matter to the people of Peel may not matter to the people of Foxdale. And I think that's a really difficult challenge for these candidates. I think it's probably one of the harder constituencies to campaign in, but also to win. And but obviously, there's only one real major public debate, which is sort of...
It was mentioned in the Jeff Didn't Start the Fire video. It's sewage based.
Yes.
Sewage there was a protest a couple of months ago.
There was a few weeks ago, yes. Yeah. It was a very interesting protest. And it was great to see, actually, because you had a lot of people come out, including people who use the beach every day. And it's... there's no better way of putting it, is it? Peel doesn't have a treatment centre. It just goes out into the sea on the back of the breakwater. And you can see drone footage of seagulls swarming down. And it's grim. It's really grim. Which is...
Considering it's considered the Sunshine State as well.
Well, this is what's so tragic, because Peel's wonderful. Peel's great. Peel's amazing.
It's one of the most popular beaches probably on the island, along with Port Erin.
They need to sort this out. Yeah. And this is where it becomes interesting again, because this is the main issue of this election, and it has become quite an interesting one, in that you've got 2 ministers, a former minister as well, in Tim Crookall standing there, and all 3 of them are sort of getting people looking at them going, well, you've had your chance to sort this out. You've had your chance. You've had your chance. Why haven't we found a solution to this?
So it seems to be following that trend of people going, we kind of liked what you were doing, but we want something new in there as well, rather than complete change.
And also you've got Peel's very interesting constituents. Peel in itself is an interesting town, because you've got Old Peel, you've got New Peel. And again, that plays out differently in terms of how...
And there's different views on New Peel as well, because it's a case of going, should that be allowed? Should we be going out that far and all that?
Well, this is it, you know, it's really one of those constituencies where one issue that unites everybody is sewage, but which is just, we're going round and round and round. Aren't we?
That's a tagline and a half.
Through the
one thing. We've waded through the shit together.
But I think, let's face it, when it comes to it, it flows downhill.
Well,
one thing which doesn't go downhill is the Paulie Awards.
Oh, it only goes up with the Paulie Awards. It only goes up with the Paulie Awards. So speaking of which, I think it's about time we headed over for Paulie Award number 4.
And we're back. Who saw that result coming? Maybe there's been no results. I don't know. This is the problem of recording ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
But anyway, we move on to one of the more interesting awards of the evening. Your worst interview of the last 5 years. Now, again, you've spent countless hours harassing ministers, harassing members
I
of
don't
the
think
public.
that's the right wording. I mean, you harass... Anyone harasses. I somehow just seem to be getting probably better questions sometimes. Actually, that happens, doesn't it? I don't necessarily have those questions. People send them in. You get them sent in.
True.
And, whichever organisation you've been
I've never
asked at the
hung
time.
around outside the sea terminal waiting for the minister to arrive, though, so...
Ow!
We'll let that go.
Okay.
But...
Yes?
There could be many winners of this award.
Yeah. To be honest, I picked a non-political one initially, but when it was said it had to be political, I probably went for the low-lying fruit. So, there we go. Lovely, you did a great job on these. We got the music playing. Oops, bang the microphone. So, the worst interview... what was it again? The worst
interview.
Worst interview. Low-lying fruit. Sorry, cars, it's gone to Tim Baker.
And what interview in particular was this,
Paul? You don't understand what's going on the prom.
Social media doesn't understand.
And I don't understand it, and everyone else doesn't understand it. I mean, to give him his due, he did the interview. Because he went up to Manx General in the morning. I thought he probably wouldn't do any other interviews. And I got in touch with him, and he did on that particular day. And I picked... Well, he picked to do it near the Bee Gees statue, which is interesting because I park there every day to go to the gym.
Oh, God. You go for coffee and have a bacon bap.
So I park on the prom, and because every day I could see them doing what they were doing, and of course they put down the pedestrian crossing, and then a month later they're digging the thing up again. So I kept thinking, should I do something about this? No, I'll just bank it in my head. Because that day he's saying, you don't understand it. And I'm going, well, what are they doing? They're digging it up. Help me out here. Help me out.
Well, I think...
I'm on one.
I think, Paul, there's only one thing left to do, really, which is to present the award, which will be presented at some point in the next 3 years. It actually started off being the Ray Harmer Award. Now it's Tim Baker.
Oh, yeah, they can share it.
And then,
true.
they could share it with whoever who's...
Well, it was an interview, though. I mean, as I said, there's been so many interviews. I can honestly say, though, everyone who you come away from, everyone's talking to each other. In fact, on this Tim Baker one, we got there and I said, this is going to be a bit bumpy. I thought that's what I could think about. It was like, it's going to be more challenging. And as I said, at the end of the day, he did the interview because there are many minister, and I'm not naming names, who don't necessarily make themselves available. You back me up on that? Sometimes you can get people...
I don't know what you're talking about, Paul. I've always found our politicians
Brilliant.
are dedicated servants of the people.
Drink time. This is a great post-election party. I'm really enjoying. I'm really enjoying, I guess.
If anyone's wondering why Paul's not here, he wasn't invited. Next.
Well, that was a fantastic Paulie Award, but we must move straight into breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. We have our first result of the evening, and we are happy to announce that Douglas South has announced Joni Farragher. No. Oh, sorry. No, I'm completely wrong.
Sarah Maltby and Claire Christian have been elected by the people of Douglas South.
Douglas South. So that is our first result there. So that's a standing...
That is a standing MHK and a new MHK, Sarah Maltby.
So the trend has started.
The trend has started. In fact, our predictor poll is currently 50% correct as well.
Ooh.
So I'll take that. But Sarah Maltby, of course, she's the daughter of David Cretney, who obviously was a minister.
Is it her first time standing?
Was her first time standing, and she's been somebody who's been very, very public. She started a campaign months ago, and she is somebody who has put the... We talk about people knocking on doors. I mean, she's put the groundwork in. She's done a fantastic job, and the people of Douglas South responded to it and have put her in there. And Claire Christian, again, as we had with JB earlier, somebody who has stood up for businesses.
She was a by-election last year, wasn't
Won the by-election last year, and as somebody who has been at the forefront of the issues around COVID in that time and for business support.
She was very vocal with businesses last year, and I think that's what was a big talking point for her going for the by-election, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And again, of course, this does unfortunately mean a bad result for Paul Quine there, who was elected with Mrs. Christian at that time as well.
So he was in the by-election, and now he's been
Yes,
shifted out,
he was in, and now he's out, unfortunately, which is sad for him, of course. But we must congratulate the two winners that we have, Mrs. Motley and Mrs. Christian.
That's it. I mean, but that's the way elections go. At the end of the day, there can only be two MHKs for the constituency, and that's what the people have turned out. And I believe the percentage was 46% turnout. Again, so we seem to be sitting around about the same turnout for each constituency at the moment, which is 2,999 votes. Ooh, we are just one off 3,000. If one... Oh, sorry, 2,299. I was close enough. It's very hard to talk and whilst you've got someone talking in your ear as well. But again, 45% turnout, just under that 50% mark as well. Again,
yeah, it's difficult. I mean, obviously we've got two female candidates, which is fantastic, who've been elected.
Yeah, no,
but you do have to wonder, what is it that people aren't turning out for? Why is it we've got less than 50%? Again, you were congratulating the winners, but we have to look at this and say 53% of this constituency has not voted.
Yeah.
Which, no matter how you look at it, is not a good result for anybody.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a good result for...
And is this something, I think, that the MHKs that are going, yes, they might have much excitement and jubilation this evening for Sarah and Claire that have got in, but is this something that they maybe need to consider going forward? Is that how can we get more of the electorate to come out? Like, I think this falls for the people that do get elected this year. It was like, you need to work hard to make us believe in the government, because I think that's maybe part of it, is people have lost faith in the government. Is that why they don't think they need to vote?
Possibly, yeah. I think there is an element, there's always an element of, no doubt by tomorrow morning this will be the worst Tynwald administration ever. It hasn't even started yet. But
there'll be someone complaining. There always is.
Yeah, but I just think that we have to look at it and think, what more can be done? And we have to look at that in terms of, like you say, maybe electronic voting, maybe it's changed the hustings process. But to me personally, I think this needs to be a case of more needs to be done about what changes for people. What will this election change for people? And if people can see that voting changes things, then hopefully they'll turn out and vote. But
yeah, and I think that falls on this next administration for people that are being voted in tonight. That's what falls on this administration, is to give people more faith in their government, so that next time the election comes round, that more people turn out for it.
I think we're about to get the numbers actually on here, so we'll see what we've got. So Claire Christian was 1,242 there. Gerard Higgins got 552. So 1244. 1095 for Paul Quines. That is close. This is literally this case of another 5% turnout. That can change.
Yeah.
So
when you turn around and go, I'm not going to vote, it's not going to make that much difference. It was two votes between the top two candidates. 2 votes, and that would have made all the difference. So when you turn around and you sit there and you go, my vote wouldn't have made a difference, 2 votes would have made a difference tonight.
I mean, I remember when Liverpool lost the league to City by 2 points.
Look, we're not going down the football route, okay? It's not worth it. You need to let it go, all right?
I'm fine.
I've moved on. You need to let it go, Sam. But yeah, so this, I think, is a perfect example of when people turn around and go, I mean, I will happily hold my hands up and go, this is the first election I have voted in. 5 years ago, I did not engage with it at all. And this year, so this is the first time that I've decided to vote, and I felt quite passionately about it. I've got involved, and I think, to be honest, the pandemic has helped do that, and also, I'm into my late 20s now, so I'm probably more, in your early 20s, it's not like, I want to think about politics. It's not something you think of, really. I don't know, especially in that voice. But this is what I mean.
Kermit the Frog had a lot to say.
Kermit the Frog apparently did. But yeah, so that's why it's important to vote. So just keep that in mind. I'm sure we will see more examples of that this evening, because I think with a lot of these new members making their way in, it's going to be close. It's going to be close between some candidates, and those 1 to 5 votes could make a difference. But apparently, this is the first time that Douglas South, isn't it? Douglas South. There's that many Douglas constituencies, I struggle to keep up. But Douglas South has had an all-female MHK lineup.
I'm just trying to think, definitely since we've gone to the system of 12 and 2, it'll be the first time that any of the constituencies have elected 2 female candidates. You'll have the old system where you've had 1 person or 3 people. There'll be areas where you will have had only 1 woman. But I think since we've moved to this system, this must be the first time. Which again, Douglas South making records.
It's very exciting, and I think it's a very exciting prospect, and I think it shows. As much as we might not be progressing in a certain regard of getting more people to vote, as it were, we're getting 45%. People's views and aren't based necessarily on gender so much now, and it's more a case about people's views and what they're able to get done.
No, well, that's also the interesting thing where you got to look at it and say realistically, it should be the ideas, it should be the vision that matters. Yeah. This is obviously great to see another woman getting elected into Keys, but at the same time, it has to be about the vision. It has to be about. To me, it isn't the candidate. It's what they're saying and what they're putting forward, which is always good to see. But I think we're now
hearing
about
Michael turnout. Oh, I'm Aaron Michael turnout. I'm part of a statistic. Oh, and Aaron Michael bringing it through with 62.7% turnout. Best turnout of any constituency thus far. Proud to rep. Thank you very much. Well done, Aaron Michael. So, no doubt, we will hopefully have... I have to say, when I turned up this morning, I timed it just right because I was there was nobody else there, and then there was a queue behind me. All of a sudden, I just missed... I was turning around. There was no candidates there at the time that I turned up.
Are you sure you voted in the right place?
Oh, no, it's just the... it was the primary school, wasn't it?
Oh, well, I don't know where you went. Whatever you fill your days with is your own business.
Well, just chucked a piece of paper with some X's on it and it was fine.
It's not a massive surprise to me, to be honest, because if you look back to the local authority elections that we had earlier this year, Derby had the highest turnout. So, clearly, they're doing something in Aaron Michael. There's something in the water which is getting people engaged.
It's lovely water up in Aaron Michael, I'll have you know. And it's also the biggest constituency as well. Big area. And a lot of the farming community there as well, and I think that's one thing that's obviously come up this year is they're very keen with that. But moving on to my old constituency, we've got another predictor video, ladies and gentlemen, and this year it's hotly contested. So let's see our predictor video for the Garth constituency.
And with Martin Perkins declared the first winner, we now find the second MHK for Garth. Catherine. Misses. And the second one, and we have a winner. It's Gareth Young.
So, Garth.
Yes, let's first of all thanks Catherine Devine for taking part in that video for us. The first one is the best timing I've ever seen on anything. Genuinely, right? We didn't even.
Were you in partnership with
No, seriously.
Manx Electric Railways? Do we need to give them a plug?
She pulled it, hit it, and literally as they all fell over, just
I just want to know that the driver was sat there waiting. Go, wait for it. Go.
Well, if he was, he could have stuck around for the second one. Admittedly, she did take a few attempts because she missed, knocked them all over, missed, and then we finally got the result. But so by that point, the tram had gone. So for continuity, it wasn't great. But yeah, so we're predicting Martin Perkins to keep his seat. Gareth Young to get his seat, which is, again, we're going for this.
Again, it's following that trend of keeping one of the original standing MHKs in place and adding a new one in.
Yep, it's... So we've got another thing there.
I was going to say, this is getting to the point of the evening where we just get chatter in our ear the whole time. So apparently for Aaron Michael, it was a total of 3,204? 3,204 votes, which equal to 62%, 62.7% turnout, which is very good going. But back to the Garth video. So Perkins and...
Gareth Young, yeah, he was a teacher.
He was a teacher because he used to be my physics teacher.
He used to be your teacher?
He used to be my physics teacher. I can vouch for Gareth, because I can say anything now because... It doesn't matter because it's not swaying anything because the votes are in, it's being counted. But Gareth's a lovely guy. He was, I think he was just started teaching when I was in school.
What grade did you get?
Actually, he taught me physics at GCSE level, and I got 2 Bs, I'll have you know. Ooh. He got me interested in nuclear science things. That shows it that he taught me a lot very well, didn't it? But no, it's first time Gareth is running as well, isn't it?
Yes, he's first time candidate for Manx Labour Party again. They're the sort of theme of the evening.
They seem to be
popping up everywhere.
I know we say like party politics hasn't really been a thing. I mean, I know Liberal Vannin has been trying for years, but Labour Party again.
Well, Manx Labour Party again. You've got to remember they've come, they've gone, they've come, they've gone, and they've seemed to have come back again. So I think these things go for a cycle. But yes, so if he is to win there, of course, that would be... It's this thing, isn't it? 1 out, 1 in. Also, I think, does he have a beard?
If there is in every constituency, we need to go buy a lottery ticket or something.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going for... let's take a random thing there. Since we said last time with the first female, I think this will be the only time we've got 2 candidates with facial hair will get elected.
I mean... Quick, someone put your bets down, because we'll take it. We'll take it.
Why not? It'd be a fantastic bit of result. But yes...
But I think it'll be, you know, how accurate we're going to be. I know there's several different polls that appear on the island that you can never know how accurate these things are going to be. But we'll just have to see if there's a trend in results as the evening goes on. The trend has been set thus far, may we say, by us announcing the first result in, 1 out. Anyway, so let's move on to our fifth. Paulie Award. Paulie Award number 5. I've got to the point where I'm just not going to ask you anymore. I'm just going to go straight to the VT. So let's see what Paulie Award number 5 has in store for us.
Oh, here we go.
Welcome back to the Paulie Award.
Yay!
We're moving on with our next award now. The worst minister of the last 5 years. Well, this one you've been dreading, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we're putting you on the spot here.
Yeah.
You've got to pick from a wide selection of people.
Let's line them up. Can we have a game of just knock them over, then one that's standing gets it? So we can give them all names, can we? I haven't got enough though. Start. Oh, he's so cute.
It's interesting though because
close up. Oh, look at these.
It's interesting that you've chosen to represent ministers because, of course, they're all men.
Ah, well,
I don't know what's going on there. Let's just move on. You've got enough issues with Alf. We don't need to go back into that.
Oh, Alf.
The restraining order will be in the post. If you'd like to now open the envelope and reveal who is the worst minister that you've chosen.
Okay. Beautifully done. Another beautiful envelope. These cards are fantastic. I want to keep this. So, the winner of the worst minister is... You got me out of that one.
There was so many to choose from. There was so many to choose from. We thought, sometimes, when you go to see Les Mis, Jean Vanger's great, but you've got to admire the whole cast.
You like musicals?
Of course. And we've gone for the whole one.
Well, hang on a second there. Like musicals. Do you sing?
I can't sing, no.
Do you dance?
No, I can't dance.
But you wear...
Does it look like I sing and dance?
Well, I just think that's the most amazing a bit of revelation tonight. I drink pints. Oh, and I like musicals.
Present the
award. Right. Well, sorry, I won't see that. This one is going to the whole Comin, and that was, to be honest, you got me out of that one because it would be really difficult to answer, especially if they got back in, and then I had to interview them. So I think that was a pretty fair.
There is only one, but because of collective responsibility, they get to look after it like a school hamster. They can take it home each weekend.
Yeah, I can see that one being on everyone's mantelpiece. That one, brilliant. I'm really enjoying this. Cheers, happy. Wow.
It's a musical. You love it. Apparently so.
I don't know that one.
Oh, come on.
I know the producers, but I'm not singing that on TV.
I want to be a producer. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. You're in my world now, son.
Back to politics. So we've got a turnout result for middle. Well, not result, sorry. We've got a turnout
Can you define for me where middle is? I'm assuming it's in the middle.
It's in the middle. Anyway, so we've got a turnout of 2,417 voters, which is somewhere between 50 and 51%, because we're not entirely sure upstairs knows how to use a calculator. And so yes, we're above the 50%, so let's take that.
Yep.
We'll take that.
Yeah, it seems to be moving in an upward trend.
But yeah, so Middle, right, so you want to know where Middle is. Middle's basically, if you go past Braddon...
Is that from like Glenvine to that grey area between Glenvine and Peel?
Yeah, why not? It's sort of like a Marown, bit of Braddon...
Ingebrek.
Yeah, all the bits that people aren't really sure where they are, they're in.
That's how I always used to describe Buldrine. When you turn around to people and you live on the island for years and you just kind of go, I live in Buldrine, where's that? It's the grey area between Onken and Laxey.
Yeah, the demilitarised zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and we've just got a turnout for Ramsey as well, which apparently has had a turnout of 53%, which again, above that 50% mark. I mean, ideally, you want these figures to be in the 80% sort of level, don't you?
Well, we do dream of this, but yes. But 53.48, that's not a bad
53.48.
It's...
But it is down from 61% from 2016.
Yeah, it's not great.
Again, it's following. We don't want to be negative. That's the last thing we want to do. We know a lot of you watching at home and wanting to engage, and we appreciate that. And that's why we're doing this tonight, is because we want to bring the election into the forefront and make it interesting. And it's seeing numbers like this. It's going, that's down on 5 years ago. This is why going out and voting. It's like it takes 5 minutes. It took me, I went on this morning, it's like, unless there's a queue or whatever, but even so, it's important, I made the comment the other day, it was like, if you don't vote, you haven't got the excuse to complain about anything for the next 5 years because you didn't use your right to choose the people that make the decisions that make these things happen.
Yeah, I must be honest, I'm surprised at Ramsey there. I honestly thought Ramsey would be one of the higher ones because you've got so many candidates turning out, but also you've got...
Well, again, you've got Alex Allinson, who's a hot favourite for possible Chief Minister as well.
That's it, but I just mean in terms of, you look at this figure, I mean, you've got, the Ramsey Marina has been sort of, I mean, even in Aaron Michael it came up in other constituencies as well in hustings, this is one of the key sort of debating topics, and I thought you would have a higher turnout, because it seems to be something the passions are quite strong on, and yeah, I don't know where we go from there. I mean, look at it, it's just...
Well, I think that's a perfect segue, so as soon as we've had the turnout for Ramsey, we've actually got a predictor video for what the choice is going to be for Ramsey. So let's go over to the... I don't even want to know what you chose to try and pick these ones, but let's go over now to the predictor video for Ramsey.
Ramsey MHKs will be decided by a penalty shootout. First up, Dr. Alex Allison. He doesn't disappoint. Next up, we have the Liv Bannon team captain, Laurie Hooper, one of the favourites. Can he score? Can he? Hell, he's out. Robert Cowell now, the fish shop owner. Can he? Oh, God, it's closed, but it's in. He's through. Steps Jonathan Kinraid, and he shoots. It's over. Oh, Tim, can we get our ball back, please? Because that's an error, Michael. Oh, no. Dr. Erica Spencer now to put herself through. And can she? Oh, she can. Move over, Dr. L. There's a new doctor in town. That man, Luke Parker. Boom! He scores. Simon Mann now. He clearly likes to take his time. Here he comes. Oh, now we know why he scores. Last up, we have former MHK, Leonard Singer. He's got experience on these playing fields. He's done this before. He runs, he shoots, he scores, but he scores. He's through. Round 2 now for Dr. Ral. He is the favourite, so he probably will score, and he doesn't disappoint. Laurie Hooper's out, so it's Rob Cowell up next. Can he follow Dr. Al? He can, right on the kipper, it's in the corner, it's in. It's now time for Spencer. Oh, Erica Spencer is out. Now it's time for Ramsey's very own son, Luke Parker. Finishing confidently before he has big goals this season, if he can get in through the MHK. And he's gone for the wrong big goal, he's missed it. He's out. Simon Mann now. Is he the man that can stay in the race? It's over for him. The ball's over. It's all over for Simon Mann. Leonard Singer needs to score this to stay in the game, but he can't. It's over. Your new Ramsey MHKs are Dr. Alex Allinson and Robert Cowell. Anyone want to go for a chippy? I'm exhausted.
Well, there we go, Ramsey, but we're not going to go into that because we have some more breaking news. We've got results in for the Onkens constituency. Sam, it's your constituency, so I'll let you call it.
Yes, we are back on my home turf, and it is, much as you were, to be honest, Julie Edge and Rob Callister are returned as MHKs for Onken. So we've broken the spell of 1 in, 1 out. It's 2 back in, and there we go. We've got 2,346 votes in total. which 1,600 for Rob Callister and 1,363 for Julie Edge.
Ooh, so very strong from both of them.
It's a good result from considering the turn. They're both back in. It was an election I didn't really see going any other way. It'll be interesting to see who finished third in Onken. And I think...
and how close they were to toppling either one.
Exactly. I mean, it's,
But that seems like the people of Onken, with those results, have had great confidence in their MHKs from the last administration.
You can't argue with that. Yeah, you really can't. I mean, I know, for example, now the polls are closed and I can say what I want. I got my cousin, for example, who lives down in the centre of the village. He had a pothole that was bothering him. Got it to Rob Carlos to get it fixed. Next week he's got posters in his window. So,
But that's what your MHK is there to do. If you've got a problem in your constituency, you should be able to contact your MHK and say, this is a problem in our area, what are you going to do about it? And they get it sorted. Right? I mean, so there was, again, with Onken, we've got a 45.05% turnout. So we're just below that 50% mark.
Yeah, we are below the 50, which is disappointing.
I don't think that would have changed the result too much.
No, to me, personally, I think with Onken, it's not a result which is surprising.
I was going to say, I think
there's been some really interesting, really good candidates. I think, to be honest, Levanham put Pete Willers up. You had James Cherry, who was
that's
the younger candidate.
Second time running, isn't it?
No, first time. He'd been in the commissioners before.
He's went for commissioners before, hasn't he?
He's been in the commissioners before.
He seems keen.
And of course, you also had Michael Leather, who had the vision for a really radical proposal on Douglas Promenade. But I just think maybe there's something just didn't click. The voters, it doesn't seem like really any of them have inspired people to come out and vote. But that's it. But we're going to actually have a bit of a weird thing now, where we would have had a predictor video.
I was going to say, we've had the results before we've had the actual predictor video. But I believe this predictor video had something that the internet loves profusely.
My cats.
Not your cat specifically.
They love
cats
my
in
cats.
General. I mean, I'm
my
sure your
cat. Best.
What's your cat's names?
Claude and Cush.
Claude and Cush. Well,
it does look a little bit like the panda, but my mum named her. I named Claude.
Right, Claude and Cush. Well, let's see right now if Claude and Cush were right with our Onken predictor video.
And in another first for Manx politics, we've taken exit polling and replaced them with cats. These cats. Simple game, whichever two they go to, you're winning candidates. Bit of confusion, and they've gone for Cush has gone for Michael Leather and James Cherry there. No, Claude has changed his vote to Julie Edge. Is he going to stick with that? He is.
So what was the result there?
So Claude originally looked like he was going to vote for Cherry. He must have heard something late on from Julie Edge, made him think, no, that's where I want to get my dreamy biscuits from. And he elected to go with Julie Edge, which of course means he was right. Cush, she's a dreamer. And she wanted to see the casino on Douglas Promenade. And she went with Michael Leather. And that was just it, really. But, but it does mean that our polling is still 100% of the time, it's 50% accurate.
Well, that's something that we can't argue with. Well, we've got some official numbers for the Onken turnout now. We can tell you that Rob Callister got 1,600 votes. James Cherry got 570. Julie Edge was 1,363. Michael Leather 177. And Peter Williams was 433. So Julie Edge and Rob Callister were pretty clear out front there.
Yeah, it's a pretty clear mandate from the people of Onken to carry on with what they've been doing, really, isn't it? You can't. There's nothing else you can argue with that, really.
And Cush is sacked.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're going to have a word of her. They have these little sticks that they like, these chew sticks. You may not be getting one tomorrow. I mean, really, I'm quite...
That's it. You've annoyed half the viewers now. They're just like, don't do that to the cat. Please, not the cat.
I wouldn't do that. She's
I was going to say, she's too cute. She's too cute.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, 50%, I'm taking that. But yeah, Onken, I think it's hard to argue with the idea that people are happy with what they've got, to be honest. I mean...
Well, apparently so. They've made their choice and they've made their voices heard, which is perfect. That's what we want to see. Now, we did our Ramsey predictor video and we completely glazed past it because we had this breaking news. So who was our winners in the Ramsey predictor?
Dr. Allenson and Robert Cowell.
Robert Cowell. So that's, again, follows our trend of one
in, one out. Yeah, we were going for the doctor and the fish shop owner. And I hope that's right. I think it is. And yes, that's what we go for. And the fantastic team that I'm going to say fantastic because they're not in our division anymore because they got promoted because they take it seriously. Is
You're talking about football again because I have no idea.
Ramsey Youth Centre Old Boys who are doing starting life in Premier League this year. They did that for us, and Rory Poole provided the commentary for it.
I was going to say absolutely fantastic commentary from Rory Poole there.
Yeah, it was. He said he tried to go Partridge and just couldn't get it right. He's the only person to accidentally not do Partridge.
How can you not accidentally do Partridge?
Well, normally you get accidental Partridge. He's an accidental non-Partridge.
I was impressed. We enjoyed it nonetheless.
It was fantastic. But before we go any further, I think we should move on to the final Paulie Awards.
The final Paulie Award. Well, again, it's. I think it's just better if we show you. Here is our final Paulie Award.
Now, Paul, you thought the evening was over. We've presented the final award.
Yeah.
But fear not, because we thought there's something else that we need. Every award show needs a Lifetime Achievement Award to recognise someone's contribution. And in this instance, we've recognised the Paul Moulton Lifetime Achievement Awards dedicated to Paul Moulton.
No way!
So if you'd just like to open up the envelope and reveal...
The Paul Moulton Lifetime Achievement Award.
You'll have to open up the envelope and reveal who has won this prestigious award.
Well, I don't know, because I'm not that. And the winner... I've won it. I've won my own...
Yes.
Don't you normally get that when you die? You know, isn't it normally
Well, I'm afraid we hate for this to be the way you find out, Paul, but...
If I don't make it into the morning because I had too many drinks or something, we'll know about it. Oh my gosh, so
you get to present yourself with an award.
No, you present it to me.
I'll get present to you.
Can you sing and dance, please? Do you see the last one? Do you see that? If you weren't around for the last one, Sam likes musicals. Ooh, okay. I give you this award. It is a
This is never going in.
This is definitely going in. If I'm going to be put through this and put on a sparkly shirt, you're going to get this as well. Okay.
So it is the Paul Moulton Lifetime Achievement Award, which has gone to Paul Moulton.
Well, I was accustomed as I am to speaking, especially sober. I would just like to thank Jeff and the team who have put in a beautiful amount of work on this. It's a surprise. I hope you have a lovely time at your party and everyone's enjoying watching this. I'm elsewhere. But I understand it's getting millions of views around the world because everyone's dying to know who's going to run this place for the next 5 years. You're not going to stand next time or anything yet? Oh, yes, I might. But then again, I might not.
I thought you sung once, didn't you?
I did musicals.
You did a musical.
Oh, careful. We're going to talk about people that we shouldn't talk about.
I know exactly who did the musical with. We'll get that picture shared with you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we couldn't find one, actually, the two of us. Build this up. But, yes, we can't really go into much detail in a minute.
Go on,
of situations.
Paul.
Can we?
Reveal who you sung the musical with.
With Howard. Well, and we wish him well, by the way.
We do absolutely wish him well. We'd just like to end the evening on that note of saying...
So we were... I'm telling the story now.
Paul's not finished. Tell the story.
So we were in Jesus Christ Superstar together. It's my... He does sing. He does sing. Go on.
What they say
you are. So, we were in this show together, and it's my first one with the Manx Operatic Society, and in fact, I think it was the only one that Howard did. But we both went for the part of Simon. I didn't get it, he did. But my part, I got Peter, which actually was a better part. But there we were on stage, and we think somewhere there are these pictures that are lurking of us in these sort of things you wear in those sort of times. And you were desperate for that picture, I know, desperate for that picture, because it would just gone viral.
The way you described it does make it sound like it's on the dark web, but yeah.
Somewhere out there before the internet. So, well, what can I say again? Thank you. Have a lovely night, and I appreciate this, as it will literally be the one and only ever time, because there's no more press conferences.
So, Paul's Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah, realistically, who could say they've done more for the Paulie Awards than Paul?
I mean, it's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to thank Paul Moulton again for giving up his time and for bringing us such entertainment doing the Paulie Awards. We hope you've enjoyed them this evening and agreed with all of them because they've been fairly topical. I think the the sexiest MHK might divide the nation
That's
slightly.
the one which is going to come back. I get the feeling, you get moments in your
Of all the
career-
awards that are going to come back and bite me in the arse, I feel it's going to be that one.
Yeah, you get moments in your career which come back, and that's going to be one for me, is that
Yeah.
video with me and Paul declaring Alf Cannon the sexiest politician on the Isle of Man.
Yeah. I mean, if he makes Chief Minister, you might be quids in.
Good point. I mean, we're well in there, you know.
Yeah, well,
if he doesn't, equally, we never had that award. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, hopefully we'll find out once we get the Aaron Michael results in. So that brings us to onto we've had predictor videos for all constituencies now, except for Russian. Now, Russian, I mean, how many people have we got running in Russian?
Got 4 down in Russian, down in the Isle of Man's deep south there. It covers...
That's a big area, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you got Port Aaron, you got Port St Mary there, you got part of like Ballycliffe.
And that surprises me, though. We're looking at some of the other constituencies that have got so many candidates running that we've only got 4 running in Russian.
Yeah, I think it's a weird one with Russian. To be honest, it was one to me where, I mean, this is one of these results tonight which could go any way, because truly they are 4 candidates who equally, they all have their own strengths, they all have their own weaknesses, but none of them are a weak candidate. None of them necessarily shone in a particular man in the hustings I saw, which, to be fair, was the best turned out hustings on that we went to. So I'm hoping for a really good turnout from Russian.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting to find out the turnout results. We haven't had anything through
We
yet.
haven't had anything from Russian yet, but
as soon as we get that, we will.
yeah, I think Russian, it was a really interesting debate, actually, because you had people from different ideologies discussing things, issues raised that we hadn't heard raised at other areas, and not just local issues. It was a weird one, because they hadn't had commissioners' elections, there was a lot of local issues, but also some very interesting national issues around future funding of social care, for example. So I think in terms of that, it's a result which I'm going to really look forward to tonight, because it could literally go to any of them.
It's one of those, some of them like Oncom, we've seen a maybe more obvious outcome, but Russian could be, I mean, pulling straws. We shall hope.
That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Here's straws, pick that one. Oh, congratulations, you're an MHK.
It's literally what they do. If you get a draw, they go to recount, and if you haven't got it, they pick lots.
Well, let's see what our predictors got to say about the Russian constituency.
You're going to edit this, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah!
We have one. Who's the first one?
It is Joan Washington.
Returning since 2006, and he's back in. So we try and find a second one. And with June Watson winning the first seat, we're still trying to find out who's going to win the second.
Okay. All right.
It's first time, though.
I hit the same place. Okay. Okay, well. Stop it. Right.
Yeah.
Yes!
And who is the second MHK?
Somebody's getting in. Ah, Michelle Hayward.
So let's have the 2 of them held up. We have June Watson and Michelle Hayward. This is top quality political commentary here, right? In the heart of democracy that is Voting Writers in Port Aaron.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our prediction video for Russian. A big thank you to Foraging Vinters for allowing us to come down and use their beautiful tables out with a beautiful view over the bay. So again, it's following the trend, Sam.
Yes, we have the current Speaker, Deputy President Tynwald. Well, in fact, he's not actually in the role, but he has been for the past 5 years. June Watson there, with being returned. And against that, you've got Dr. Michelle Hayward, who has been, past 3 years, I think, she's been chairing the Port St Mary Commissioners. So you've got 2 people who are publicly well known. They've publicly been very political, and
she's got some. They've got some experience in the political landscape.
They have, but also you've got very different. You've got different backgrounds here. You've got June Watson, who's been comes from the world of accountancy, and he's come into this. He's been Speaker now for 5 years. He was Home Affairs Minister before that. He's been Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, which anyone who's followed Jeff's coverage of that has been. Actually, that's been where the big things have happened. This is where you've had the Rachel Glover evidence. This is where you've had the Rosalind Manson evidence. This is where you've had
all the spicy stuff in there.
Literally,
in the administration. It's just like if there's been some controversy or something spicy to deal with in the last couple of years, Juan's been there.
Yeah, that's it. He's been sort of. The Speaker's role is one of them roles that people can either disappear into or they can grow from. And it's been a really interesting point of how he's utilised the Speaker's role within Tynwald, not necessarily in Keys because he's a lot more restricted there, but in Tynwald to sort of do what he's wanted to look at and raise very interesting issues. I mean, we've still got, coming out of COVID, there's a lot of things we still don't have the answers for. We still don't really know what happened with Dr. Glove. We don't know what happened with Dr. Ransom. We don't know what happened with Steve.
Can't answer questions without a letter, Sam. Just saying.
Well, this is the problem with things. But, this is... So I think he's had this sort of thing of where you've had a backbench, not necessarily a backbencher because the Speaker's a different role, but you've had somebody who has been able to do something outside of being in Coleman or being on the backbench, and they've crafted this role which has been very political and very sort of engaging, and it's something that a lot of the public have picked up on. And I mean, the coverage of this has been some of the most read things we've done all year, so that's fascinating. But equally, Dr. Michelle Hayward, she's marine biology she's worked in at times in her career, and she's worked, of course, if you go back to the start of the COVID thing, she was one of the people who, the snorkel masks, when we were looking at that, she's one of the people who was pushing that forward in terms of how they could be used to help people in the hospital. So you've got these two people there who we're predicting who are truly strong candidates. But then outside of that, you've got Andrew Langdon-Newton, who is leader of the Green Party.
I think in certain polls as well, he was slightly ahead. I mean, I think it's his second time running or something like that.
I think it's his first time in the area. It could be a second. You've got me on that one. You've got me.
Was there a by-election as well? I swear I've seen him come up before. He's been running for... I don't know whether it's commissioner.
He was very public in the Douglas South by-election, supporting Andrew Jessup,
he's part of the Green Party, isn't he?
Yes, so it's the Green Party. He's also been the face of the Green Party a lot of the time in the past sort of year, so he's someone who people have got to know. He's also somebody who is, he turned up at the hustings and he spoke about this thing I keep going back to all night, this vision. Do we have a candidate who truly says, I want to have a vision for where our island can go?
Rather than going, I want to fix this one problem or these three problems, I actually have an overall vision for that.
Yeah, and I think this is something that he's presented, which, again, we can look at and saying, will this be something that the public buy into? Will it be something that they agree with? Do they want to push it forward? Again, then you turn again, you've got Mark Kemp, you've got somebody who has worked in teaching background, he's worked in finance. He came within 55 votes to get elected last time. So, again, you look at he's a candidate who, on the night, came a lot of things he said people agreed with. And I think this will be one of the constituencies, again, it could go any way in this. It's a sort of, you don't have a weak candidate in this area. You have four pretty strong candidates, any of which could take this. And it could be a constituency where people's second preference tops the poll.
Yeah. And do you think that's why there's less candidates in that area? Because people have looked at it and kind of gone, those are very strong candidates, and I don't know if I want to run against that.
Well, I don't know, of course, because we had this weird situation where we knew Lawrence Skelly was retiring from the House of Keys, but he then stood against June Watson and ultimately defeated June Watson in the bid to be president of Tynwald. So you've got the situation where you have a returning MHK, but we could have easily had a situation where you have, potentially returning MHK, you could have had a situation with two new candidates or a whole new open field. Because obviously if he had been president, June Watson couldn't have stood for Keys unless he had to resign that, and which I don't think he would have done just days after being made president of Tynwald. So it's a real sort of, it's an interesting whether his bid for presidency has affected the viewers, affected the voters, and whether that has, whether that's knocked them at all, and maybe people looking at other areas. Equally, again, they had no local authority elections down there, so a lot of local issues have been played into this national poll. So it's a real fascinating constituency because you've got the Cozy Nook down there. The Cozy Nook in Port Areas.
That caused a lot of controversy
it really
as well.
Did.
It's like, I mean, people love... I feel it's a mix as well with constituencies. We've got a mix of case of going, we want to improve things, but at the same time, we've also got... But we like the traditional. Why would we break that? Why would we get rid of that? And it's the economic...
This is what we've been saying all night. We like change, but not too much change.
We'll keep an old
we
one.
like how things are, but not too much. But
now that's a very interesting question we've got is how much does personality trump politics in an election? For me personally, I judged my choices on yes, their politics, but also their personality. Because from a point of view, if I don't like someone or don't think they're going to be able to stand in a house and action their thoughts, I don't think they're going to be a valid candidate. Because, yes, you might be the loveliest person in the world and you might say all the right things. But if I don't feel like you can follow through with them, why would I vote for you?
I think you're right. You have to have a blend. You have to have a mixture. I mean, it's that age-old thing of... I'm trying to think of the best example locally. I can't think of a great example locally.
I think there's some constituents that have gone for, I'm going to pull the heartstrings and just go, look, I do all these things, and look how nice I can be. And I think that's not necessarily it all the time.
No, I don't think it is. And I think you've got, for example, in... Oh, let's take a UK example and go back to the 90s. Why not? So if you take someone like John Major, who fantastic on policy, not strong on personality when it comes to addressing the public. And that was an example of somebody who, if you take that and you move it forward and you look at somebody saying, right, well, yes, they had policies that people kind of like, but they didn't have the personality to carry it through. Whereas if you just let people on personality, as we're seeing with Boris, you've got Boris Johnson, who's full of personality, but...
Well, that's one of the arguments with people, is like they liked Boris because he was a personality. They thought, oh, well, it's all right, he can get away with that because he's just a bit bubbly.
Yes, and if you look at who he defeated in the last election, you had Jeremy Corbyn, who had policies but didn't have the personality to go behind it, which I know Corbyn fans are going to be yelling at me tomorrow. But I just think that was... And for one of it, I voted Labour previously in elections, but in the UK when I was at university. But equally, I just think that you have this thing of where a personality defeated a policy agenda, and now you have this issue where you don't have a candidate who has a policy, you have a candidate who has a personality. But on the Isle of Man, I think we go for familiarity over personality.
Because the Isle of Man become very personable as well, because people sit there and they think, oh, well, I know that person, I speak to them, or I bump into them and I see them all the time and I know they're a lovely guy, so I'm going to pick them. It's like, they might be a lovely guy, but or might be a lovely woman, but they might not be able to achieve what you think. And as you say, like, again, with Corbynites or whatever, or, you know, people that would supported Corbyn, they might have thought, I think people might say that personality is what lost Corbyn the election last time, or what lost Labour the election last time. So, as you say, I think it's that fine line. But we've got another question from Twitter, and it's putting you on the spot, Sam. Who do you want to see as Chief Minister in this administration?
Jane Poole Wilson.
Jane Poole Wilson. Ooh. Ooh. Even the production team's up the top is going, ooh.
I was going to say thank you, Panto crowd.
That's my audience.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is.
To me personally, she's somebody who, in the past few years in MLC, has been exact in her thinking. She's been somebody who has been very good at critiquing government policy and finding ways to improve it.
But doing it in a very elegant manner.
Well, again, to me, it's what someone does. It's not how they present it, to be honest.
Yeah. Rather than going, look, I can do all this, they just got on with it.
Yeah, and I think, however, I do not think should be made of be Chief Minister. I think, honestly, you're probably going to look at the top two candidates probably coming forward from this would be Dr. Alan Sallinson, because he said he wants it. Said that before the election. He said he wouldn't want the top job. Whether that translates into he actually goes for it now, I don't know.
It's one thing saying it before all the election and after the last 5 years as well.
Somebody who, however, has not said it prior to the election is Alf Cannon, who will have to see what happens with him tonight, as we'll have to see what happens with Jane Poole Wilson and Dr. Allinson tonight.
I was going to say, because it was quite tight between, I think, Jane Poole Wilson and Stu Peters as well.
Yes, I think that's... middle's going to be a very interesting result tonight. And I just think that you're going to have this...
I was going to say, because you had Kieran Hannafin in there as well.
Who's somebody I think could do very well.
He's ran before, has he?
No, this is first time standing.
Yeah, but he's ran as... Was it MLC or something he's ran for before?
No, this is first time standing for Keys.
Yeah, but he's... But it's one thing that's been commented about him is how he's matured as a candidate throughout the process as well. So it's going to be interesting to see, as you say.
Yeah. I think he's somebody who has... I think he'd say himself that when he started off his campaign, he was a bit raw and a bit green, but throughout his campaign has found his voice, has found his message, and has got better at delivering that message to people, which is this thing of personality or policy. I think his policies were there and he has a clear vision, but he got stronger throughout in how he wanted to present that vision. And that doesn't... I mean, I watched him speak, and he spoke about notes, and the thing I went to in Moran for Middle, And he spoke about notes for most of the night. He didn't. His opening address was no notes. He may have taken some notes during questions. I didn't observe him that closely. But he was somebody who clearly spoke from what he thought and what he wanted to feel, which is great. And I've dodged the question on Chief Minister. I think it'll probably be Alf, but I'd love to see Jane Pools.
Yep. Oh my God! Right. I completely agree with you there. I think. I mean, I've worked with Jane on. We worked with Jane on Isle of Pride early this year because I know she was a big part and component of that, and I think that was a big moment for the Isle of Man. Having Isle of Pride, and I know Jane Poole Wilson was a big part of that. So, as you say, time will tell. Time will tell. Now we've got. Is this out of candidates or current standing MHK?
Don't ask that. Don't move on.
Right.
Keep going,
so
keep going.
we've had the question of, for me and Sam, snog, marry, and avoid. For candidates or who? Avoid Michael Josem. Snog. I'd probably marry. I love how you're just keeping quiet here and letting me take this.
Because you asked the question. What you should have said
I know, I should have said.
we don't have MHKs
Sam,
at this stage,
Sam,
so we can't
who are
answer
you
the question.
choosing for snog, marry, and avoid out of the current candidates?
Right.
I hate Twitter.
Right, okay. So, I'm going to avoid James Cherry because I've known him for 20-odd years and he'll be happy with that answer.
Okay, fair.
But I am going to see Jack Divers in a few weeks, so I don't want to sit that far away from him because I think I still have money for that ticket.
Very politically unbiased. Well done. Snog and
Right,
marry.
so yeah, Ben, I know. Stop talking in my ear. I know the game.
I'm probably going to say,
right.
marry. I'm going to go for. I'm going to go for Alex Allinson. I like Ali. I think he's a sweetheart, really, and I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I mean, he's not been without mistakes, but what person isn't? I think this is the thing that we all forget, is like just go, well, I don't like the way he dealt with this during the last administration or anything. These people are all humans. They've had to deal with something that none of us ever thought we'd have to deal with, and they've had so much pressure put on them, and, you know, I can only thank, whether you agree with the decisions they made or not, we had a certain amount of months of joy. So, like, yeah, I'm completely going on a tangent. Anyway, I'd marry Alex Allinson. Sorry, Alex, you pulled the short straw. And I don't want to comment who I want to snog.
Oh, so I'd snog Daphne Kane and marry Martin Perkins because I know that he cooks a good lamb because I've seen him cooking at the Food and Drink Festival.
Oh.
And I've seen him doing his Manx lamb on there. I think I've seen a picture of him with a little chef's hat. So he'd keep a good home.
That's a great shout. That's a great shout. Now you're going to have to tell me, I'm going to...
I thought the Paulie Awards were going to come back to bite me. This is going to be...
It's going to be this. It's going to come bite in the arse.
This is my career going down the toilet.
Oh, I've got to say, I'm going to snog... Ooh, and we've got
Do
some
not
breaking
use
news
that to
coming
get
up.
away from this. You're answering that question.
Damn it! Can I not use the breaking news to get out of this, please? I'm going to say Daphne Kane as well because Daph's lovely, and I was speaking to I've worked with her husband Chris before.
I hope you're not working with him tomorrow.
Terribly sorry, Chris. But no, he's I'll go for that. I'll go for that. Now, apparently, we are getting through at the moment. We're getting the results through for where was it for?
Aubrey, Castletown and Malou, I believe.
Oh, Aubrey, Castletown and Malou. And who were our candidates in this area?
So you had a
56.4% turnout.
Yes. So your returning candidates in this were Jason Morris and Graham Cuisine. Your new candidates were Stephen Crowther, who did stand in 2016. And former news editor at Manx Radio, we had Tim Glover. Ooh. So we're going to sit here in anticipation. And we are ready to call.
Oh, well, I mean, so we've got, again, it's following our trend.
It is.
It's following our trend, everybody. One in, one out. We can announce that for Castletown, Malou and Aubrey, we have Jason Morehouse and your journalistic brother.
Okay, yeah. We have Jason Morehouse and Tim Glover, which, before we move on to them, does mean we have our first ministerial casualty of the night. Ooh. Graham Cuisine, the Home Affairs and Justice Minister, has fallen. So there we go. We wondered
we had that in Douglas, didn't we? In
No.
With Claire Christian and who did...
Paul Quine was not a minister. Anyway,
okay.
Moving forward, yes, we've lost our first minister tonight, but we have got Tim Glover and Jason Morehouse. Congratulations to both of them. And yes, so it's again 1 in, 1 out.
But I think, deep down in my heart, I think that is going to be the theme of the evening. I think it's very much
Probably
going
yes.
to
I
be the
think
theme.
we're now ready to give us the results.
1,998 for Jason Morehouse, topping the polls. But closely followed by Tim Glover with 1,800.
Stephen Crowther 1,488. And Graham Norton 730. That is...
So Graham fallen to the bottom of the pile,
And
unfortunately.
he was alongside June Watson, previously, of course, the longest-serving member of the Keys. They both got elected in 2006, I believe. You have to go back to. So that's a big change.
That's a shock.
That is.
But again, it follows that theme. Do you think people have kind of gone, "You've been in for long enough, and I need a change"? But we're happy with Jason.
Quite possibly. I think. There's a phrase I don't want to use in my head, so I'm going to skip around it. I think.
No, use the phrase.
No,
use
no,
the
no,
phrase.
No,
We're at 11 o'clock now. You can use the phrase. It's fine.
I think Jason Morehouse has become somebody who's a very strong constituency MHK because he is somebody who asks questions which his constituents want answers to. At times, these questions have maybe seemed bizarre. We've had seagulls, we've had Santa Claus, and
What questions are these?
Oh, you should follow Jeff's politics more clearly.
I should.
And I think he's somebody who asks the questions people want to know the answers to, which may sometimes appear bizarre to us, but it's clearly what his constituents want him to do, and something he has done for the past 5 years, and something that they've rewarded him with another 5 years for. Tim Glover, who's somebody who, again, he left his job at Manx Radio and has moved around the island, and he's somebody who's moved around the constituency, and he's moved around the constituency in the past few weeks. He's been strong presence online, strong on the door. Also, you've got to remember, he's realistically, I think he's done more press briefings than anybody else, with the exception probably of David Ashford. So he's somebody who the public are very aware of. They know his voice, they know his face, and he's done a very strong campaign, supported by his family as well. His whole family have been very strong supporters of him. And I think, it's not a surprise to me, to be honest. I thought we'd probably end up that way. I'm a little bit surprised at the result for Graham, because I thought he's somebody who would have polled better in the area, to be honest. I was
going to say those poll results. I mean, they speak.
Quite possibly. Thousands. But yes, so
we're getting some breaking news in as well. So we are due to get Russians' results any minute now. We're also hearing that Douglas North is going to a recount. So there's obviously something that's been seen there that someone's either not happy with.
No, it's more than likely just you got a very close result. I mean, in an area like Douglas North, it's one of these areas where...
And that was surprising because we had Douglas South before that had a two-space result. It was
a clear gap, to be fair, yes. And Douglas North clearly means that there's a close result at the top there. It'll be interesting to see who them two are. I have a gut feeling for who that second and third place...
Who do you think it's going to be?
I think it's probably Ralph Peake and John Wanenberg who are close there. I would be surprised if it's David Ashford, in all honesty. I think it would be
I was going to say, from some of the things I've seen, it seems like I think David Ashford is pretty safe.
I wouldn't want to second guess people Douglas North, but I'd imagine so. But I think John Wanenberg and Ralph Peake could be... If this has gone to a recount with them two, it's very interesting, and that has to be close. Because it's not an area which has a big turnout traditionally. But yeah, so...
I don't think we've had turnout numbers for Douglas North yet, have we? No, not as yet.
So yeah, so it'd be, again, this is going to be one which is probably going to rumble on after we've gone home. Well, not gone home, we're going to leave here and go over there. And
I was going to say we're going downstairs.
But I just think, in terms of that's recount, this is going to drag on. But Russian, if we're getting close to result there, it would be interesting to see how we did.
I mean, we are going to stay live for as long as we get as results keep sort of pouring in. But after that point, we will be keeping a live blog going to announce results. So if you are very keen to find out your constituency's results, keep an eye on Jeff at vote2021.im, and that'll fill you through. But we are expecting Russians through any moment now. But we've had Castletown and Arbury through. We've had Douglas South. So I mean, it's we've had result numbers for a couple of places. I mean, I can't see Aaron Michael being too far behind because we've had turnout results for that as well.
Yeah, again, obviously, Mike will be interesting because it takes a long time to get them in, and then they've got an idea.
Long way to go. It's half an hour drive.
So we'll see how it's. So we'll see how it's going. Honestly, I expect that where we are now and where we are in an hour's time will be completely different because we'll get a flood of results in quickly.
Yeah.
So let's hope that happens. But yeah, for now, it's just a case of we're with you. We're playing the waiting game.
I mean, yeah, and all of this evening has just been filling for time whilst we're trying to find out results. Oh, it's coming very soon, apparently.
It's
what she said.
It's getting like the Coca-Cola truck at this time.
Russian
results are coming. Russian results are coming. And we're ready to call it. And we've got
Michelle Hayward
and June Watson. Oof. Our predictor was right.
It was bang on.
Yes.
Bang on right.
Get it.
Our predictor video got it right. 100% of the time it's correct. Well, no, we're 87% of the time?
Something like that. We've got a higher percentage than the turnout in Douglas South anyway. So
we'll take that.
But yes, so we have Dr. Michelle Hayward and June Watson, which, again, to be fair, that's what we predicted.
Were they sitting? I can't remember.
June Watson was a sitting speaker, so I imagine he maybe returns to that role, but as Paul Speller said earlier when he was sat over there where there's now a lovely space on the floor, it was he sees him as a potential chief minister. So this could be interesting.
So June Watson, because I mean, depending once we got the results through for Ramsey and Eyre, I mean, you've got them, and obviously we've got Middle to come through as well.
Exactly.
But Michelle Hayward is a new addition, isn't she?
Yes, Dr. Michelle Hayward.
Again, we're following the trend.
But
we're following the trend.
I think we have numbers. Let's hear them.
Watson 2,334.
1,386.
Kemp 1,163, so not far behind.
And Langton Newsom 1,109. So all over 1,000.
They weren't far behind. It was, as you say, it could have gone.
No, clearly June Watson there. He's outright.
He's gone clear out front.
Yes, but the previous, I mean, that's not a lot of votes behind.
But again, it reiterates that. Have we got turnout numbers for Russian? We're just getting those now. But again, it reiterates that point to everybody. It was when you turn around and say, oh, well, what difference is my vote going to make? Genuinely, look how close these numbers are. Like, we've got Andrew Lang Newton, Hayward, and what was the other candidate's name?
Mark Kemp.
They were all 100 votes apart, if that.
Yeah, this is was a constituency I said. It could have gone to anyone. I'm glad our predictors got one right. I think
hey, in fact, you've been 50% right on all the others thus far.
Exactly, and it was Bronte, right, of course, who threw that for us. So thanks to her, she's now back in London, which maybe she's watching this. I don't know. To the people watching around the world. Ooh.
So it's but this is what I mean. Getting out to a vote. I mean, I know I'm harking on about it now, and the election's done, and it doesn't make a difference now. But just please try and keep this moment in your head. I mean, you're probably going to think, oh God, I don't want Jack Divers harping on in my head for the next 5 years.
It's going to be in my head for a while. So
I was going to say, you're doomed with this, but this is what you're getting paid for.
I'm getting paid for this?
Apparently not. But this is why it's important to vote. This is why it's important to get involved. So just try and keep that in mind. In 5 years' time, when the electoral vote turns around and go, oh, I can't be bothered with that, just think that you can make a difference, and this is why it's important to vote. You were given that democratic right. You've got that opportunity. Take it. It takes 2 minutes. Now, apparently, we have got possible results coming through any minute for Douglas North. Is it? They're just confirming them at the moment. So we should have those any moment. So we need to fill.
Sing!
I'm not singing. We've done the music video. But Douglas North, who were our candidates up in
Douglas North, of course, we had David Ashwood, we have Ralph Peake, we had John Warwick, and we have Kevin Oliphant Smith. It's an interesting... I didn't go to this hustings.
What?
No,
you went to all the hustings?
No, I didn't. No, there was some Douglases were on 2 nights, so there's 4 constituencies 2 nights. So I went to 2, and Noah, both of us went to 2.
Okay.
He went to Douglas North.
Where's Noah this evening?
Noah is in Ayr and Michael.
If he's downstairs drinking, I'm going to...
Noah's in Ayr and Michael.
Oh, is he in Ayr and Michael?
Yeah, he sat up there waiting for a result. diligently in a
I
hall
was going to say,
somewhere in
well,
Sulby.
this is how we're getting all these results in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Because we have... But, sorry, let's talk about this for a second. Because, obviously, when we're doing the count, it's a locked room. It's... Ooh, OK. So, going back to that, Douglas North apparently is going to a recount. So we've now got... Is that 2 constituencies that on recount?
No, it's Douglas North again.
Douglas North again. That must be really close.
Well, it must be if the chance, yeah. But anyway, so we're...
Someone's not happy.
Waiting to recount in Douglas North. But yeah, I think just in terms of, like you're saying about thanking people, we have got people all around the island tonight in these halls. They've given up the time. They've been locked in with 20 or 30 other people. And it's a waiting game. And it's a lot more entertaining for us because we're here, we're sat drinking, we're playing videos, we're doing this, that and the other, and we're hopefully entertaining yourselves. For them, it's a very different night. They're locked in a room. They can't really contact the outside world unless they're told they can know. You can say
they're not allowed phones in there, are they?
It's one of them. There'll be a time where the returning officer says, there's a recount. You can tell them that. We're getting close. Here's the turnout. But aside from that, that's it. They can't put stuff out to us. So in terms of that, you've got to... I've done this in Douglas South for the by-election. It's not a fun night.
Yeah.
It's a long night. And I just think that for these people and for all the people who are supporting them, it's fantastic. And it's a long... I mean, you think about it, you spent all day outside the hall, then you got all day in there, and this is where we're at now.
They're all going to sleep tomorrow.
They're all going to sleep tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to sleep tomorrow.
I'm not. I've got work.
Oh, yeah, hopefully. But...
So, we've got, as you can tell, results are coming in fairly thick and fast now. But we want to bring them to you live rather than make you wait. You've all been watching diligently. You've all been joining in. You've been sending us Twitter questions. So we're going to go to a 5-minute break. We're just going to have a breather for 5 minutes, just get some fresh air. I know Sam's starting to twitch. So if you've got any Twitter questions, please fire them to us. #vote2021. We'll answer that. That helps us fill some time, and hopefully we'll have some more results for you to come back. So please don't go anywhere. Stick around, and we'll be back with you in 5 minutes. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking around. If you are still here, if you're not going to hear this, so it doesn't matter. Now, I believe we've got some results, reaction videos from down south when the results were... So we've got some results reaction videos from Dr. Hayward.
Yes, we're going to go first to Dr. Michelle Hayward here on her victory speech.
Right, so firstly, how are you feeling?
Now exhausted. I think I've been running on adrenaline all day and 2 pieces of chocolate brownie. It's been an exceptionally long day, so yeah, I'm looking forward to some sleep tonight, but absolutely elated at the result.
And you've had lots of support from family and friends, no doubt.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. It's one of those decisions that when you think about going for it, we sat down and had a family conference, because unless your family are behind you and unless your friends are willing to kind of step in at the points where you're busy knocking on doors and stuff like that, it's just not a possible process to get through.
You mentioned before that you were up quite late last night with emails and things like that. How does it feel to kind of just have it all come together and you can sort of be rest assured that it's all been for something?
It was always going to be for something, whichever way it went. My plan B was I was decorating the house next week, so that's going to have to wait now. But yeah, it's great to actually get a decent result at the end of it. It does make it feel worthwhile, but I don't think it's really sunk in yet.
Yeah, and what's the first thing you're going to do in the morning?
Find the paracetamol for the Prosecco hangover I'm about to go and achieve.
And finally, what would you like to say to everyone on the Isle of Man and beyond?
Thank you so much to everyone, especially in Russia, who put their faith in me tonight, and I will do my hardest to repay that. But obviously, you're as an MHK, you're there representing the whole island, and I look forward to being able to do that at national and international level.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So a fantastic result for Dr. Hayward there, and as you can see, she's absolutely elated. I mean, it's been a long day for her, bless her.
Yes, and a quick thank you also to Helen McKenna, who's our reporter on the ground. But we have breaking news.
More breaking news. Douglas Central, ladies and gentlemen. We have another result in.
Yes, and we're booking a trend here. We have gone for Ancol and Chris Thomas have both won Douglas Central. They're returned as the MHKs for the area. We have the result, which I'm going to delicately look over to my side and look at. It's Ancol.
Nobody noticed a thing. That was seamless.
1,400 and Chris Thomas with 1,319.
So a very strong vote from both of them.
It's a very turn.
And they're both returning MHKs.
They're both returning MHKs.
So again, Douglas Central, lots of confidence.
Again, yeah, it's the Onken effect, you know, as I'm calling it now.
The Onken effect.
People in their area have obviously been very happy with what they've done. As Paul was here, really, he said it's about local issues in the area that was for people, and it seems to be right as they've put them back in. And again, our predictors, 50% right. 50.
We're keeping that consistency. That's the main thing with the predictor videos. We're 50% correct. Oh, and we've got middle coming in shortly as well. So it's.
Ooh, we're going to call it.
Ooh.
Do you want to declare it or should I?
I will happily say that middle is happy to announce that we've got Stu Peters and Jane Poole Wilson.
They're stuck in the middle with Stu.
Hey! You've had that one lined up all night,
I've had that since he first declared he was standing.
Jesus.
So yes, there we've got Jane Poole Wilson and Stu Peters coming into middle.
So your chief minister call.
It's on.
It's on. Hang on, were you marrying or snogging Jane Poole Wilson?
Neither. She was chief minister.
I was chief minister. I couldn't remember if she was involved with that as well.
No. It's been a long night.
It's been a long night.
It's late. It's coming back from Sunday from Gatwick late. It's getting to
yeah,
that level.
Yeah, it's one of those
but
kind
yes,
of...
Jane Poole Wilson and Stu Peters have won there. We've got Ancol. We've got Chris Thomas back in. So the keys are starting to take shape.
So, middle, that is that two new ones or one in, one out?
That's two new ones, of course.
Two brand new in.
Howard Quayle, who, as we opened up tonight with, we do wish him well in his recovery.
Yeah, because that was a given anyway, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And we've got Bill Shimmons, who also has decided after 5 years to move on from politics for his own reasons. And it's, yeah, so we've got two new MHKs in, and the people of Middle have spoken, and they've gone for JPW and Stu Peters.
I don't know if have we got numbers for Middle yet? Jane Poole Wilson was 1,788 and Stu Peters 965.
So Jane Poole Wilson,
clearly ahead.
The analogy we've been using a couple of times tonight, she's the horse which has pulled ahead and stormed home. Stu Peters has come home in second. We don't have the numbers on third or fourth.
Do we know
yet,
where? Not yet.
But it's good that we've got these. I mean, this is.
But Jane Poole Wilson taking a very, very confident.
Yes,
lead
it's clearly somebody who. Also, this opens up an interesting possibility. I've just thought this, of course, means we're going to have a new MLC.
Huh?
So with Jane Poole Wilson.
Oh, because Jane Poole Wilson's moved out of MLC. So
yes, from Jane Poole Wilson moved from Ledgeco into Keys. We're now going to have to find a new MLC to serve.
So we're going to have another election in Middle. So Middle, if you've missed out...
No, this isn't like that. This is better than this. There's 24 of them pick it. It's fine. It's just the Keys get involved in this.
Oh, right.
They pick Ledgeco, but they're going to have to pick somebody to fill the role. It's about 15 months because we're due another round of MLCs in 2023. So Jane Poole Wilson will move from Ledgeco to Keys. Stu Peters, of course, has moved from the radio, where he announced his candidacy live on air, into the Keys as well. I think, do you know what? Stu Peters is going to be fun.
He knows how to divide a crowd, doesn't he? That's all I can say.
I think... I'll tell you something interesting. I did a thing with Paul Moulton at the weekend, Beyond the Paulies, which was where me and Chris Robert Shaw and Paul, we sat down and discussed the different constituencies. And he said he was going to vote for Stu Peters purely because you need... there's various reasons, but also because you need characters in Tynwald. And, you know, if we look back in the history of Keys...
He won't be afraid to say what he thinks.
Exactly. And for someone like me who's following Tynwald and writing about it regularly, he'll be somebody who'll be very interesting to write about.
And make those 3 hours, 4 hours that you sit there listening to all these debates fly by.
It's 3 days sometimes. But he's not somebody who's going to be pigeonholed. I think it'll be very interesting to have him in. And also be very interesting to see how Jane Poole Wilson transitions from Ledgeco downstairs, as it were, into the Keys chamber. But we're also getting ready to announce Douglas North, which of course went to recount.
That's gone to recount twice.
I'm not sure if we went twice or we got it twice, but we have a result coming for Douglas North.
Any minute now.
So we just have a quick recap on the night.
Yes, we've had Douglas South, which is Claire Christian
and Sarah Maltby. We've been to Onchan, where Julie Edge and Rob Callister came back. Russian, we've had June Watson, and we've had Dr. Michelle Hayward. Middle, we've got Jane Poole Wilson, Stu Peters. And have we had another result? Or
do we have Castletown and Arbury?
We did, where we had Tim Glover and Jason Morehouse.
So it's starting to come through now. The north of the island, pretty quiet at the moment.
Which suggests big turnouts. Which is interesting.
Well, I mean, Air and Michael we saw was 62%. So
yes,
they were
Garth has been silent tonight.
Garth?
We have not heard anything.
Not heard anything from Garth.
If anybody knows anything from Garth, let us know. Tweet us.
Anyone in
at
Garth?
Jeff the Mongoose.
At
Jeff Mongoose I am.
Hashtag vote 2021. Make sure you... Have we got any more questions from Twitter as well? I feel like Twitter's...
Oh.
Ooh, we're ready to call Douglas North.
And it's, well, one which we thought was David Ashford. And we have the second winner of that is John Wanneberg.
I mean... I think it was close for second, third, and fourth.
It must be close if we've gone to a recount. For those who don't know, John Wanneberg, he is from Bedwood. He's the gentleman who organises a lot of the events on Yarman. He does He's
very involved in that community.
Sporting and Dining Club brings in a lot of people. We also have numbers now coming in for our ears, which is
1,563 for David Ashford.
67, sorry, that was 1,567 for David Ashford, and for John Wanneberg we have 753. So again, we have a horse well out in front.
Yep.
But John Wanneberg has picked up the second place.
But how close have we got numbers for third and fourth? Not as yet.
We don't have that for third and fourth yet. But again, it's an interesting result because you've got a returning candidate, you've got a new candidate.
Again, we're kind of seeing this trend of either keeping sort of our... I mean, we've had Middle that's got two brand new candidates, which was a given anyway due to the current situation. But in other constituencies, we've only seen one constituency keep both original candidates, but then we've had one new and one original as well.
Yes, so again, this is... I mean, we're literally watching the keys get shaken up in front of us, but it'll be interesting what these people bring into it. Because as we spoke, again, with Paul earlier, you know, there's that argument of it takes 18 months to learn where to hang your coat up and where to go to the toilet and where to make coffee.
Which is amazing, really, because we managed that in about 2 weeks when we went to schools.
Well, that's true. I mean, but to be fair...
These are grown adults that have gone into keys and they're sat there going, oh, I don't know where to go and do this. It's like, you're a grown adult, come on.
In all fairness, if you turned up to Tynwald with your name in the back of your coat that your mum stitched in... I think...
What are you trying to say? I've got my name stitched in the back of this. Mind you, I don't need it. Everyone will just turn and look at it and go, yeah, it's Jack's.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you're not going to get accused of misplacing...
excuse me, there was a suggestion on Twitter that I should auction this.
Okay. Who for?
I don't know.
Manx Blind Welfare.
If someone wants to chuck in a... if someone wants to chuck in a good offer for... you know, a decent offer that goes to a good charity, I'm sure we'll consider it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I tell you, let's have a quick think of. So now we're starting to see the keys take shape.
Yes.
We just thought we'd go
Back to politics,
We have a quick
obviously.
think of what happens. So once we get the results tonight, these will be finished, and on Tuesday there'll be a special sitting of the keys where these new candidates they'll come in, they'll pick the speaker, and they'll all be sworn in as MHKs. And then a couple of weeks after that, we'll start to get an idea who's going to stand for Chief Minister. And then
Is that the point as well, that we'd start to decide who is minister of each department?
Well, you see, what happens is at the minute, the ministers there currently stay in post. Because it's
so
not...
like Dr. Alex Allinson, if he got re-elected will stay remaining as...
You have to imagine minister as not a political appointment, but a legal appointment. If you think of that. And they will then move into a situation where, when the new chief minister is appointed, they will pick their ministers largely through horse training about, you vote for me, I'll give you this job. And off the back of that, we should get a new chief minister and a new co-min, which we hope won't be co-men, in about, I think it's 2 weeks now.
South, is anything to go
In
by?
October. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But...
have we got any reason for that? So
just
talking to my
we're
ear,
just hearing from Aaron Michael, which I believe was where we've got Noah Bovenizer for the evening. He's going to be, by the time
He's going to be gutted.
He's going to be sat in that hall in Solby for a long time, because we are apparently a long way off a result in Aaron Michael. We don't quite know why.
We had the best turnout of 67% or 62%.
It was 67.2, wasn't it?
67.7.
It was one or the
my
other.
numbers were right, but just in the wrong order.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah. It was. I was going to say that was a good 2 hours ago.
So anyway, but yeah, so this is it. I mean, we're literally...
Some results won't come in until early in the morning, and you'll get to a point where you go, you know what? Now is time to go to bed, and I will.
You'll get to a
about the
point where
results
even our mothers have gone to bed.
Yeah, I mean, I think my mother probably already has.
Yeah, the 50%
If
of
Mum,
our...
if you're still sticking around, thank you. I love you. I love you regardless, but still, thank you for sticking around.
Hi, Mum. You've probably gone to bed by now, but yeah. Hi, Jack's Mum. Yeah, I just think, you know, it's great that you're still with us. It's late.
I was going to say thank you to anyone that's still sticking around. I don't know if we've still got any Twitter questions that we can ask, or I don't know if the... Okay, cool.
Grand.
Well, I think we're wrapping up around about any results now. We don't think we're going to receive any more results in the near future. So we're going to move to the end of our stream, which requires now the time for thank yous. So we've got a list of here. I mean, thank you so much if you've been watching the stream all the way through tonight. Thank you if you've taken part. Thank you if you've sent questions. We're so glad that you've been involved, and we hope that this has made the election a little bit more interesting for you and has brought you a new perspective. But
why is your mum on my thank you list 18 times?
Because my mum's great. She did my makeup this evening, okay? That's not even a joke.
She must be so proud.
Honestly, she is. Like, I mean, I've dressed up in women's clothing, I've dressed up in suspenders and all sorts, and my mum's been the first there to assist and help out, and she's dressed me in drag makeup and everything like that. I'd like to think that I have... Especially, like, my mum's always been the first person to turn around and go, Mum, I've got this really weird idea, and she's been the first person to turn around and go, absolutely, how can I help? So I can't... Sorry, I've gone on a complete tangent there, but I love you, Mum.
It took me 3 years to convince my mum to get cats. Right, let's move on to the thank yous. Let's wrap up this evening.
First, we've got to say massive thank you to Zoe
and Gemma from Loft 11, who have given us this fantastic studio for tonight. We have been live in the nation's capital. We haven't been in a warehouse somewhere. We've been up on the hill. We've been here.
Oh, you're
at the start.
Come on.
It's been fantastic.
Here. Yeah, so we're in a real space, Loft 11. It's fantastic. Make sure you check it out. And a big thank you to all the Gef team. They are out locked in polling stations. We've got Emma and Co and Kate and everything up the top there that are producing it for us. And this has been months in the making, hasn't it? Like, this whole...
It really has. I mean, we started off talking about this at the sort of back end of lockdown 1, where we were going to be. And then lockdown 2 happened, and then everything else has happened, and we've sort of built this up slowly and slowly. And then suddenly, this really would not have happened without Emma Cox, who's up the top somewhere hiding up there. It really wouldn't happen without her. Or Kate Hegarty, they've really pushed us forward. Big Boss Ben, who's somewhere up there as well.
I was going to say, Big Box Ben has been in our ears all evening. He's bringing us stuff, telling us what's going on next and everything. So just all the team up there have been fantastic. And we've also got our production team, Gear Industries. Gear Industries, they've been behind the cameras all evening. Hello, sir.
Yeah, go on, they've been pointing at us all night. Pointing at each other. Point at Alex. Go on.
Give them a big round of applause. They don't like being seen on screen.
There we go. There they are.
They've made it so, I mean, as you can see, their camera skills are unequivocal.
Alex is also in the dark.
He's gone to the back there. That's our production team, and there's several hid up on the mezzanine up the top there as well. That's doing the changeovers. The camera's just going on an adventure now. It's gone up to the top level. I don't know what you're seeing anymore, ladies and gentlemen, but here we are.
Yes, also for Gear Industries who aren't here, we've got Josh Clegg, and he's not here for good reasons.
I was going to say he's been watching remotely. We've got the animation explainers that have made the videos for us as well, that have explained, done everything. Henderson and Glass downstairs, they've hosted the party with Lorcan O'Mahony. They've had a wonderful time down there. He hates that. They've had a wonderful time down there. Noble Suitor for dressing me and making me look fabulous as always, and we're still deciding whether we auction off the jacket.
Yes, with Jamie Lewis, who was in earlier, he was making good cocktails.
Jamie Lewis has just brought us...
He never actually finished the prom cocktail, which...
I was going to say, is that
make
still
your own
going?
mind up about that.
It
No, it's
probably
actually
still
gone.
is.
We've still just got a digger left.
I think well, that sounds about right. That's probably going to be the situation we're going to be dealing with. Paul Speller that came in earlier. There's our beautiful little digger from Jamie Lewis. It's still going, digging up that prom. I think we're done. No, we'll dig it up some more.
Yes.
We've got Paul Speller, who came down before. You gave us some fantastic insight. He's been a journalist on elections for 31 years.
Yes, he actually said this was going to be the first election he could be at home with his family. Well, guess what, Paul? That didn't happen.
You were wrong, Paul. You were wrong. You were here with us.
And also, we just want to thank Paul Moulton, who has been a fantastic sport with all this. He's been a real friend of Jeff in the past few weeks, putting all this together with us. And it's been... it's been a pretty good night, hasn't it?
It's been great fun. Thank you so much to anyone who stuck around.
Finally, thank you to everyone who's been in the polling station for us. Thank you to all the candidates who stood, because without you, we wouldn't have an election. And who else have we got to thank?
I was going to say, I think, again, people in the polling stations have done a fantastic job. They're still stuck in there. They've got a lot to do tonight. And they're going to be stuck there to the wee small hours. They're going to be stuck there for a long, long time.
Yes, and just on that, don't forget you can pick up the results as they happen through the night now on vote2021.im.
It's your company that you work for. God damn it!
I Google things. We also are we'll be on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram throughout the night until we get every result, every area. And that's about it, really.
And they will keep being updated as soon as they come out. We've got team members in those polling stations ready to give us the results as soon as they come out. So make sure you keep an eye on those web pages. And fingers crossed for all candidates. And just as a final reminder, just remember that all candidates, they're human beings. They've got feelings. They've got, the end of... Just heard producer Emma at the top just like, well... I mean... Regardless of your political stance, these are still people, this isn't just a political front. They are people with feelings. So just be respectful, be kind, be nice. I have to say a massive thank you to Mr. Sam Turton. You've been wonderful to work with this evening. Thank you. It's been a pleasure to share this live stream with you.
And a nice thank you to Mr. Jack Divers, who is... Your mum is in.
Oh, Mum, you made it. Thank you.
He's been fantastic. Obviously, we couldn't have done this for him. I'd be lost here for the past 3 hours just rambling to myself, as I'm doing now. But yes, thank you. And thank you for listening and watching and everything else that you've done with us, and for sending in your Twitter questions. I want to know who asked Snog, Marry, Avoid.
Yeah, right. Whoever that was, we're going to find you on Twitter, and I'll be coming back with some uncomfortable questions for you. The what? They're just shouting stuff now.
Oh, it was Ben.
Oh, right, okay, we've been stitched up by our own producers now. Fantastic. Right, now, well, we're not going to go on it. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us for our first ever Jeff Election Night Live. Hopefully, we'll see you again in 5 years. Bigger and better and stronger. And thank you so much for joining us. That's all from us. Good night.
Goodbye.
And that concludes our Vote 2021 coverage for the 2021 Isle of Man elections. We hope you enjoyed the minute-by-minute coverage, the commentary, the entertainment, and the surprises we had along the way this evening. If your candidate won, congratulations. And if not, well, there's always the next election.